and we won't have to cry no more.
Greetings, everybody. As we're waiting for people to come in,
so that's very succinct.
you know, and we're going to start. Sorry about that, as today is election day, special day in the US of A. Brother Rich, we haven't heard from you in a long time.
What's good, people? What's good? Happy birthday, brother.
Yep. As we're waiting for people to come in, you know what I mean? This is going to be a party. And, you know, we're going to talk the truths and we're not holding back. And you will see my face later because it's serious times. We're going in lockdown this Thursday and we know that we've got to create something to stimulate in our minds. So, Brother Rich, what's been happening with you at this precise moment?
No, I'm just getting on with it, being homeschooling my son, so that's why people ain't really heard from me. I'm just getting used to that routine. Dealing with the coup, dealing with lockdown.
I want to ask that question, you know, on the forms of that homeschooling. And, you know, as you said, you just started doing the homeschooling. You know, give us a little info on what the things that you have to scale and what you have to do within that paradigm of teaching your own kids, because, you know, taking them out of school is not easy and educating them is another thing. So I just wanted to have a quick demographic on what's going on, as today we're just talking out the real truths, you know what I mean? No hiding things, just saying as it is.
Well, I mean, look, for me, I mean, the school system has always been a funny one and a mishmash of different situations of how they choose to teach a child, how they choose to micromanage a child. There's a lot of things going on, let alone the COVID thing now, and vaccines and whatever other testing stuff and all the other bits that go with it. But as you said, teaching your youth isn't easy. You know, every parent's different. I myself, you know, I'm not a qualified teacher. So there's things when you're doing that with your child, all I can say to people is the biggest advice is to be honest with your own strengths and weaknesses. You know what I'm saying? Because if you know you need support helping your child through something, it's better you recognize your own weaknesses rather than trying to take on the whole task yourself and you know, giving your child an inadequate education. And again, depending on the age of your child, that's going to matter how and to what level you're teaching them as well. Because my son, he's 12, he's going to be 13 end of the month, so he's at GCSE, he's doing GCSE level work, so there has to be a certain level that I'm setting for him for his English and maths and other bits. I get support, so I make sure he's at GCSE level, because again, if kids want to go on to do higher education, they need at least 5 GCSEs, I think it is. So, you know, whether or not you choose to homeschool your child, just know that if you want them to have that option, if it's something that you still want on the books, then you have to make sure that they're doing at least 5 subjects and they're prepared to do GCSE exams, because obviously you're homeschooling your child. But when it comes to certain qualifications, if you still want them to have it, i.e. like the GCSEs, you have to at the right time book them in for their separate exams and different bits, innit?
Okay. Yeah, but in terms like if your son was still in the school, right, and we're talking about this second wave of what's this lockdown business, how do you think it would affect some other kids? Because I was watching a program the other day, and you know, a lot of the kids were struggling in the fact of they've been put straight into A levels, which they don't feel that they've achieved to being in that space, but yet they've been forced to go in that space. So you've got a second son that has now come out of school and is now in college. How is he finding it?
I mean, he recently changed college, so for him it was probably a good thing because he kind of got to reset some of his courses because he's into basketball, so now he's attending.
Hello? I don't know if you've been muted or what. You've gone a bit quiet, Brother Rich. We're going to see how things are going at this moment as we are waiting for people to come in. It is that time. We're going to have a bit of music today and a few bits and pieces. We've got numerology today and astrology. We've got African tale stories. We have people passing through, giving us their talks and opinions. You know what I mean? And I've got the one and only. I've got one of my good old brothers in the house. I've got the one and only special brother Oliver.
Yes, I'm here.
The Jamaican man himself.
Yes, coming in live.
Coming in live, and we've been chatting about being open about what's going on and the dilemmas that we're going through today, because it's about time we stop hiding behind things and talk the real truths.
Exactly.
Because a lot of people are just talking, and and it comes like the real truth is being hidden nowadays. So, like, as I got in the house, I've got my brother, Brother Rich. You remember Dr. Oliver, Rich?
Yes, my brother. Sorry about that. We're having two technicals that got cut off.
Yes, Rich. How you doing?
Greeting, my brother. Thank you for joining us on Black Light TV 7.
Yes. We're continuing the Black history, our story. This month is like Black story, our story.
Yes, and that's what it is. It's about documenting our story. You understand?
Exactly.
And if we can't have fun in documenting our story, what's the point?
Exactly.
So Dr. Oliver, I've always seen the kind of things that you've been doing and what you've been up to. What is the latest news that you've been hearing from Jamaica so far? What's been happening in Jamaica?
Well, in Jamaica, a lot of the people are waking up intellectually. They're waking up. But we have another set of people that, it's like they're ready to just give in and sell out to this pandemic, to what they have put together to destroy us as a people. There's a lot of them already selling out from different angles, as far as even destroying the Black family, the Black structure, the power that we have, which is within our family, within our community. The whole homosexual agenda has always been there, which we definitely need to get rid of because of what it's doing to our people. I mean, how are you going to multiply? This is also part of their whole plan for depopulation, and they're pushing that agenda. And we need to now, as a people, just really get united and get back the mindset of our people back to restoring to Africa. Restoring the values of Africa, the family values, the things that we used to cherish. I mean, I just recently I was told by this young man that when he was going to Angola, there was people, the ancestors used to chant about the missing children, the ones that were taken away, were kidnapped and taken away and gone to a far land. But the ancestors also talk about those missing children will return and take care of Mother Africa. And that is the time, now is the time to get the diaspora, Africans, the Jamaicans, the ones that are enlightened, ones who are enlightened in the United States, in the UK, Europe, to now go back home. Even if we can't go physically, go back home mentally and let our ancestors be happy again. And please that we return with victory, return victoriously to claim our land with the people that are there already. So we need to now get the mindset where we're now uniting, whether you're in the diaspora, as Peter Church says, whether you're a European or you are American or you're Jamaican, as long as you're a black man, you're African. So we need to get that message.
Okay. We've got Cece in the house, my little sister. You know, she loves Jamaica. She went back there recently, you know, and she's about the music and all that stuff.
Right.
Yourself, Cece.
We're about the development, Cece. Getting the money to the right places.
Say that again, sorry.
No, I said we are about you're about the music, but we're gonna use the music and other cultural power to get the money, to get the finances, get what you call the economic power back to our people.
Right.
Yeah.
Go on, CC.
Hi, Rich. Happy birthday, big bro.
You know, that's what it's about.
I'm on with Terry right now. Okay.
It's about enjoying and you know, getting.
I'm on Terry's podcast. I'll call you back.
So I was saying that CC, you know, in what's going on, I want to ask one question because I always ask people this question. Yeah. And I want you to give us the biggest truth. You know, is that what is black family to you?
Oh gosh, that's a loaded question.
Yeah, but just give us a short and brief kind of thing because, you know, I'm trying to get people together and to get to understand what family is about, as well as what we're going through at this precise moment, especially when we're going through this, what we call the lockdown, this Thursday in London. So, you know, it's about us coming together and making ourselves strong again.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to just give us a little brief of your understanding.
Black family to me means unification, economics, preservation, and yeah, and upliftment. The black family to me is I mean I don't know what else to say in regards to that. I feel like we need to be a lot smarter in terms of how we spend money, and I feel like we are sort of very lackadaisical when it comes to using our money and putting our money and using it for the right reasons and being resourceful. I feel like we need to start saving. We need to stop smoking cigarettes and drinking alcohol and spending our money on frivolous things, and investing our money, putting our money into our children, our husbands, our wives, and keeping the money indoors and saving and putting it into something for the future. So yeah, to me that's what the black family represents. Education, economics, education.
So Dr. Oliver.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to hear the same kind of thing from you as well, because, you know, we're trying to liberate our people and show them the way. And I wanted to know, in your mindset, what is a black family to you?
Well, you know, as I said, the black family has been tampered with for the last 400 years. They've tried to rip us apart, separate us. They tried to disunify us because they know back in the motherland we were so powerful as a family. Nobody would get sick. I mean, as a practitioner in the study of alternative and holistic medicine, what I've realized is that the African family, the black family, have always been their own healer. They have always been They never relied on anything like NHS or baloney like Medicare in America and all those things. But now they give us this garbage, and what they're doing is using it to destroy the family. Now, don't get me wrong, this stuff is good for emergency, but a black family uniting, as the young lady said, we're supposed to be economically viable as a family. We want to keep our money within ourselves so we can be now the true economical freedom fighters of today. The problem with the black family is that we quickly get rid of our money back to the other groups. The Jewish groups will get our money within no time. The Chinese group, the Arabs, the Mediterranean, wherever they come from, we quickly want to spend our money with them and saying, oh, we are taking care of our black family. You cannot take care of black family if you quickly giving your money to other families. Exactly. If you want to take care of your black family, what the black family means to me is that we keep our money within our family for at least 8 go around. The Jewish people, money don't leave their hands as a family for about 12 cycles. So that means everybody gets a piece of that money. Why are we so quick to take our earning almost in the UK $300 billion a year and give it back to the white folks, give it back to the Jewish folks, give it back to the Arab folks, give it back to the Indian folks? Like, we don't have the sense, we don't know what to do with our money.
100.
We don't know how to spend our money. We need, if we want to conquer the Chinese in Africa, if we want to conquer the Chinese in Jamaica and stuff, the black family need to unite and start spending their money among themselves. That means everything that we buy, even if we start making stuff out of straw and start buying Chinese products, but then we need to do that.
Yeah.
But we need to buy from each other. We're creative people. We are the original people. That's why our blood type is O. I'm not proud of mine. Mine is B negative because I got some Scottish blood in me. But I hate that. But I have to live with it because we got raped at some point. But we are O. We're the original people. That means we should be the most powerful. Way before Christopher Columbus, we were the most powerful people on earth. The black family was the most powerful family on earth. We were the one that had the ships going to Central America, going to Mexico. That's where the Olmec people come from. Those people with the big stone head with big thick lips and big nose like myself. All of us were the black family, and we controlled all of Central America, all of South America, all of Africa, all of the Mediterranean, all those places, Spain, all those places just to answer to us. So we need to go back to that. That is the most important thing, is for us to take back our economical control. Because what the white folks have over us is that they know how to take our money from us. Let's keep our money among the black family.
But then
it's not strong unless unless you keep your resources together among each other, spending among each other.
So let's just go back a little bit, because as I'm looking at this lockdown, and it's affected, the first lockdown's kind of affected a few people. Now that we're having a lockdown in the UK, and I don't know how far it's going to spread from around the globe, but I'm always go back to what I call the ancestral trauma, because we don't deal with that, because a lot of us, when we go into our own zone or in our own home, depression becomes very rife, which leads to mental illness. As a doctor, do you receive things like that, or do you have a lot of patients that have gone into depression and have gone through that mental illness?
As a practitioner?
Yeah.
I mean, all right, and that's exactly. I mean, I saw a patient this morning, and she's talking about all the rearrangement for her trip to Jamaica and the stress of, trying to get a letter now to say she's going there to work instead of going there for leisure and all this stuff. And I'm saying, and it just hit me. I'm saying, this is what they're trying to do to us. They're trying to say these things so that they can put that extra stress on us, so we can excrete that extra cortisol that will mess up our heart, our kidneys, our liver. Because what happened is, what killed most black people is not even the lack of certain nutrients or whatever. It's the way they program the stress hormones in our body. Because as soon as they stress us on these little issues, we release the wrong hormone, the negative hormone, cortisol, which mashes up our pancreas. So that's where the diabetes comes in, bust up our heart, where the high blood pressure comes in. And so they know how to trigger those emotions that will release the bad poisonous stuff. And as emotional people, we're very attached spiritually. That's what we call emotion. We're very attached to each other. But as soon as you trigger those buttons about, yes, we are now in lockdown, people start fretting, people start worrying what's going to happen. There's nothing going to happen. The only thing that's going to happen, you might have some more time to do things that you need to do and accomplish and try to get some things done, some reading done, which you haven't done in a long time, and educate yourself, feed your intellect. This is a time to feed your intellect, not to be afraid of these fools. These fools have nothing. They're just talking. They cannot run this place down because they need just as much commerce and movement, just like anyone else. But this is to trigger off, the ones who are weak, to trigger off their negative emotions, and in return, you'll have more sickness. They know that as an African Black people, we are much more sensitive to what goes on with our family. We're much more sensitive to them because we're living in the light. They live in darkness. In darkness, you don't really care. You're blind to most things. So the truth don't make no difference to you. But we live in the light, so we see everything and we feel everything as a Black people.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. So, I wanted us to talk about in Jamaica right now, in like, a lot of the, we have a lot of influences within the entertainment world. In your perspective, what would you feel that needs to be done to push in the narrative to the rest of the people to able to connect?
All right. You remember, you're not that young. You're probably young, but if you recall, when the movement of the apartheid was very thick, Jamaica, Cuba, people don't realize how important the part Cubans play because of Fidel Castro and his Afrocentric background. Him being an African, part African. If you look at Fidel Castro, he's mixed. That's the reason why he did the revolution. They lied to us in America, they lied to us in Europe that he was this, tyrannical, greedy guy. But all he was trying to do was free Black people in Cuba. And then he took his word, he took his money and went to Angola and those places and fought in South Africa and helped, keep Mandela's thing alive. When Mandela came out, Mandela went and visited Castro. Well, Jamaica, on the other hand, was doing the similar thing, but through our music, through our culture. Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, all of those great artists, Dennis Brown. If you notice, they were sing culture. Other groups like Cocoa Tea and stuff, they were always focused on freeing Africa through the music. And that's one of the main things that helped apartheid to break down over the years, is the cultural connection, spiritual connection culturally between Jamaica and our mother Africa. Now we can do the same thing today. The artists in Jamaica, they have went down there. You have producers, European white producers from America, wherever, producing our music and making it convoluted, making it, a more of a, something to destroy us. All the music is talking about is, gangs, killing, screwing off women in perverted ways. And I'm sick of hearing what they have out there now in music in Jamaica. We need to get back to the cultural artists, the artists that were conscious. Like Conscious, we have Conscious, we have Protege, we have, I'm still questioning Coffee because of her, what agenda she's really pushing. I think she got signed, and I'm going on the records for this. I think she got signed because she's pushing a homosexual agenda, and it's sad, but she's a great artist, she's talented, and she can definitely use her talent to restore, as you said, the Black family, restore the cultural connection between Africa and the diaspora. We need to now realize, these artists need to realize that they're responsible for a whole group of young people to help them change their mindset against the brainwashing that's been going on for centuries against us. I mean, think about it. I mean, you have people going out there processing their hair. Some of the patients that I have to deal with, I deal with a lot of female patients with fibroids. Do you know that fibroids root is the chemicals that come from the processing your hair to make it look like a dead white person hair? White people hair is dead. It's like, from I was a child, I look at it and say, this thing just sits and just falls. It has no life to it. My kinky hair, I was always proud of it. I was always proud to see the women that celebrate their kinky hair in Afro because it was alive. But then they get their brainwashed enough, most of us, to think that we should process our hair to make it soft and dead with the chemical. While it's killing us inside, it's causing all these cancers, these prostatitis, these fibroids, all the things that the chemicals, we're the one killing ourselves to keep up with them. Why? Because of brainwash. When we had artists like Peter Touch, music like Conscious, we need to now get back to changing our mindset to think like the powerful kings and queens that we were during Shaka Zulu and before, the kings of the Amalek, Incas, the Mayas, those native, what they're trying to whitewash and say they were like almost white people. It's bullshit. They were all black people.
Yeah.
So the music must reflect that power again.
Okay, so before we still continue our dialect. I'm just putting it there that we've got some guy that's going to be giving us some storytelling. We've got Lloyd Strangehorn who's going to be coming in. His assistant Kaya, who's going to be doing a bit of numerology and astrology. We have a DJ that's coming in to play some music. You know, we're treating this as this is my birthday, so we're gonna have a good party. But the real factor is we need to have strong.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Yes, my brother, you're up there with the kings, man. Martin Luther King, we have to give him praise. You know.
Exactly, you know, and that's what it's about. You know, it's not every time we have to be fully or 100% serious, but at the same time, we're going through this pandemic, and you know, this pandemic is second time round, and you know what is normal. But when we actually look at when we first started, before this pandemic first came, and look at how it was then, and look at your surroundings, and then look at after when we came out, what has changed? It's just the people. It's just the people's minds. So, you know, in forms of back in the day, and we're always talking about, you know, when the Rastaman used to say, you know, idle foods, and then nowadays we wait till the European comes along and tells us about superfood. Our grandparents have been teaching us what to eat and how to eat right. But we never listened because it didn't taste right to us, because we were basing our foods on taste. But in some of the stuff that you do, Dr. Oliver, give us a little insight on the kind of stuff that you do. What does Mr. Oliver do?
My focus as a practitioner, you know, I've been down in Jamaica for the last 12 years researching energy medicine. Energy medicine deals with restoring your cells in your body. Most medical doctors are in the realm and the avenue of what you call treating symptoms. So you go to a doctor with a certain pain or a certain ailment, and he prescribes a medicine or he prescribes a drug, because that's really what it is, for you to deal with that symptom, whether it's a diabetic symptom or a hypertension symptom or a cancer symptom or anything. But what they're going to do is prescribe something to deal with that outer feeling that you get, because the symptom is killing you from a disease or a disorder. So what I do, I don't look at symptoms. I have no reason to look at symptoms. Like Dr. Sebi, I look at the root of the problem. I look at what could be causing that pain at this time in that area. 99% of the time is because your cells in that area is now being invaded by something foreign, whether it's toxins, whether it's acidosis, whether it's things like, bad hormone like cortisol and cortisone coming out of the adrenal glands, whether it's certain bacteria that gets into your system, like the EB virus or just any simple virus, they're attacking the cells. Or an injury. You could get an injury working somewhere and injure your back, and you have this pain in your back. So the cells are in the bone, in the marrow, and all that stuff is now compromised. My job is to fix those cells, to get them back to normal function. So my practice, what I study as an alternative holistic medical doctor, is more a restoration, more of a regeneration of cells. Once we regenerate the cells in that area, we can get back full function, and you don't have to see me again. Most doctors, medical doctors, want you to see them every month, every 2 months, every 6 months, because how are they going to maintain themselves financially? I don't want your money. I want you to be healed, and I want you to come with me and let's go build an empire in Mother Africa. So it's not about, I want you to be healthy for this next movement, this next phase. So as a practitioner, I'm about you taking control of your own health, restores it, and make yourself available for greater things. You don't need to stay sick. As an adult, as a grown person, you should be able to live to 120 before you actually consider yourself what you call it, old age, or dying from old age. Anything before that, you're dying from a deficiency, you're dying from a disorder, you're dying from cells that are damaged, minerals that are missing in your body, something. There's something why you die early before 100, 120. So my goal is to restore you so you can actually live a full life. And the only way you can do that is to energize each cells in your body, make them healthy, whether through herbs, nutrition, supplements. I've done it all. In my studies, it's mostly energy that you apply to the cells. Once you energize the cells, the defense cells, you can fight off any disease in the body. We do have devices that are replica to what our ancient ancestors used to use, which was the sun. The sun is one of the biggest healers, but the only thing that heals you is your own body. All we do is ignite that healing mechanism in the body. And that energy is right there in your heart. So I heal people through restoration of their own stem cells. I heal people through restoration of their own defense cells. When your defense cells is strong, you can fight off the cancer cells. When you eat live food, you replenish cells. When you eat dead food, you kill cells and you get cancer and you die.
Okay. So, family, I would like you to hit that like button as he's giving you that info and that information. As I said, later on, we're going to be having a few other people passing through, a few sisters, a few brothers, some aunties, and some, it's all about a family thing, as it's a party today. And we're going to be having a bit of DJ coming in the house, playing a little bit of music. And we're going to be keep on having this dialogue, because we need to find this common denominator into collaborating and this working forward, because we have to focus on our path, because right now we're so interested in what's going on around the world, and especially like what's happening in the US right now. Everyone in America is worried about
the election. Wow.
The election and who's going to be.
I voted before I left a couple of weeks ago. I did a mail-in vote. So it's funny because I didn't vote for either guy, because I don't think, I made a statement with a third party saying, look, we're tired of the two-party system. But I definitely, deep down inside, would rather, and I think Trump is going to win no matter what they do, because I'm not a Trump fan. Don't get me wrong, but trust me, what to come if we let the other side win is going to be more atrocious than what we see now.
Yeah, because, for me personally, as I said, sometimes, it is worth trying. For some people, it might be worth them voting whoever they want to vote. But my main concern is about people coming together and to create a body so that they can have their own personal stake. I mean, because you really don't have no power if you don't have that stake. Oh, we've got a beautiful sister in the house, and she's come to join us. You know, one of my good, close, one and honorable sisters. I'm gonna bring her in. Greetings, Aisha. How are you?
Greetings, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm good, good, thanks.
How are you?
I'm good, good, thanks for the Most High. And you?
Yes, I'm, trying to get this family thing going. And, it's my birthday today. So the first question I always ask when you come in is, what Black family mean to you?
Gosh, what Black family means to you? It means strength. It means resilience. It means love. It means divineness. It means power. It means common unity. There are so many things. I have a long list. It means home. It means heart. It means Africa. It means rhythm, drum, vibration, and womb, mother, father, and everything all in between. That's what Black family means to me.
Because we need to start showing the path, because you know what? I think we've kind of lost our way, and we've adopted this I won't even say, but a form of a European lifestyle. And now I've started to neglect what grandmother taught us, what grandfather taught us, and X, Y, and Z. So, just give the public who you are and what you do.
Okay, well, greetings, everyone. I am Aisha. I am a vocal performer, singer-songwriter by trade. I have extended my skills in so many ways. I also train people to do vocal coaching. I have expanded my skills further to guided meditations for people for relaxation, for well-being, rehabilitation in terms of mental state, spiritual state, emotional state. I am CEO of my own production company that goes by the name of Baywa Productions, where you can purchase these services now virtually online under this umbrella. And I do so much more. Give thanks to the Most High Divine. I have been bestowed gifts of healing, intuitive healing, as well.
So I always like to bring a bit of the past. But you got to tell them about your foundation, because they said, "Oh my gosh, how did she get there?" But you know what? They need to know where that has arrived from.
Yeah, indeed, King. I have a strong foundation in music and being a part of the music industry. So when I say my trade is first and foremost a vocal coach, a singer, a songwriter, and performer, I was part of a UK R&B girl group by the name of Fierce, and we had four top 20, top 20, 40 hits in the UK, and one of our biggest songs that was released in the UK was our rendition of Sweet Love, which goes by the name of Sweet Love 2K. And the song was obviously originally sung by Anita Baker, and it reached number 3 in the UK chart.
And we have our brother, Dr. Oliver, and he's from Jamaica, and he's had quite a lot of music artists as his patients. If there's anything,
yes.
Oliver, you got to teach
I'm
the
trying
people.
To restore. I'm trying to restore the health of people like Bunny Whaler, who is one of my patients. As a matter of fact, we got him back up. I kept him off the with the therapy. We keep him off the dialysis because it seemed like that's the only option they try to give us as Black men. When we get sick, they try to push us to these dependency of different machines that they make, almost like what they do with the ventilators in this time, where the ventilators only kill about 80% of the people that you put on it. Can you imagine you killing 80% of your patients? So I work with artists like Bunny Whaler. I work with Sly and Robbie, if you know Sly. Those are the cornerstone of rhythms and stuff. And I work with other artists such as, I work with Rita Marley. I mean, I don't have to go into details because I had to sign their whatever they call it, confidential secrets.
Yeah,
But I work with a lot of
non-disclosure.
major artists, so I know if Bob was alive, I would be working with him. I know he would be pleased for working with his brother, because Bunny is actually his brother, in real life. Bunny's father used to be Bob Marley's mother. They have a child together. So Bunny and Bob have a half sister, which is an awesome. A lot of people don't know that, but I learned that just treating him recently. But he's doing well. He's coming back. He had a stroke the other day because his wife is missing. She suffered from Alzheimer's, and the last time I spoke to her, I told her when I get back, I would try to help her with regenerating some of that brain cells that were dying. But before I got back to Jamaica, she disappeared. So that kind of took a toll on him. But he's all right. But we're trying to keep these historic, what you call modern day legends. Well, we should say living legends, so they can continue their work, because their work has already, they're trailblazers. They have set the pace for us. I mean, I remember listening to some people. I just saw a documentary the other day about when reggae actually came with Bob Marley and other major artists like Jimmy Cliff and stuff to England. How it just ignites the energy of our Black people to stand up against the oppressive white, I don't even know why they call themselves supremists, because there's nothing about them that's supreme. They're gutterists. They live in the gutter. But I would ignite our people to become the supreme being, because we are the supreme being. And the music from Jamaica with those artists from Bunny, Bob, Peter Touch, Bunny, what's his name, Jimmy Cliff. You had Toot, all of them. They came to England and deliver a lot of the people that was in, like, they try to keep us in the gutter because they are gutter-minded people. But we have elevated ourselves, and we've done some great things over the years through the music,
Aisha, if there was some health question that you would love to ask Dr. Oliver, what would you ask him?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would ask, in terms of the dementia, Alzheimer's, what would be the best way to stimulate and bring back, the best brain cells, good stimulation for the brain in terms of blood, oxygen. Right. That's my question.
If you know anything about those cells are almost like the yolk of an egg. They're very delicate, they're very soft, mushy, and they do have a right and a left side, and they have a set of chemicals that run down the middle of the cerebral area of the brain, and it feeds on both sides. But over years, the chemical gods, or actually demons, we have to call them, the word God, maybe governance, ordinance of destruction, because that's what they are. They have created things like mercury over the years, and the mercury is what is now contributing to 100% of Alzheimer's. They figure out ways to get the mercury out of certain things, but they kept it in certain things. So we have to be very careful about our mercury intake. We have to be very careful, definitely, about our aluminum intake. Our bauxite intake, which comes through fluoride and these things. We need to get toothpaste that are, this is the preventive side of it. But if you do find that you have people that you're dealing with that already have it, the first thing you need to do is do a heavy chemical cleanse. And when I said heavy, it doesn't mean you have to go into those cerebral crevices and stuff to clean out the metal. You simply need to change your diet. So one of the things that you need to eat more of is those wild berries that are out there. You don't even have to wash them, as long as they're in areas that they're toxic and stuff like that. You pick them, you can wash them quickly, but you eat a lot of those. Those are things, blueberry especially. Those are food that will clean out the extra chemicals, because what causes Alzheimer's, dementia, all those things is too much chemicals on the brain. And the number one is mercury. Second is aluminum. You have fluoride and other things that contribute to it. So you want to clean the brain. So blueberry is tasty, so you could have fun doing this. The other thing is cilantro. Cilantro cleans the liver, and once you keep the liver clean, you'll be able to clean out metals out of your body. But not only does cilantro clean the liver, it deep cleans all the way to your bone of unnecessary metal that's in your body that is going to lead to slowing down the brain cells or corrugating or causing them to die. Because can you imagine mercury? If you ever see mercury, can you imagine mercury taking over cells, soft, mushy, egg yolk type of cells, soft cells? So you get these chemicals in there, and so this is what you're cleaning out. So mercury can be cleaned by spirulina. You know, you hear Conscious and those guys sing about their spirulina intake. Spirulina cleans heavy metal. Atlantic dose, something almost like what we have, even our own what you call it, sea moss, or what we call Irish moss. Yeah. Those are from the deep sea, the ones that are colorful. They clean heavy metal out of your system. But get Atlantic dose, preferably the one in Hawaii. And then the other thing is green, like barley. Barley grass. Barley grass is a good cleanser of heavy metal in the body. So you need to have these 4 or 5 elements, or I would say natural nutrients. I call them nutraceuticals. You need to have them in your diet regularly, daily. If somebody has dementia, they must have this every day. One of these things every day in their diet. Blueberries, cilantro, Atlantic dose, which is almost like the sea moss. You know, you get these things in the sea. And the other one I was telling you, barley grass, and spirulina. So get those, give them to anyone you know suffering from dementia, and that will clear them up. But don't let them go to anybody's medical doctor and let them write any prescription of any kind, because those prescriptions are going to create more problem if they're full of chemicals, because the chemicals that they put together with these things include aluminum, include mercury. So can you imagine, you're using the same thing to try to heal that's causing the problem, but they don't want to tell you mercury is the cause of the problem. They want to tell you all kind of foolishness, but it's simply too much metals in the brain.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting that in that. You know, Dr. Oliver, because I know you have a package which is to do with the CBD oil. You know, I just want you to give us a little history behind it, in the fact of where it's from and what it can actually do.
Well, as you know, anybody, you know, what they've done over the years, the last 40-something years, the chemical companies, they have lobbied the government again, the governance ordinance or whatever of destruction to basically destroy these plants, the cannabis plant, which is, you know, that's their name for it. We're going to say ganja plant. And the reason why is because they couldn't compete with it, because that's a healing plant. Your body has a cannabinoid system. In the cannabinoid system, just like your endocrine system or your nervous system, you can basically, once that is healthy, you can heal just about anything in your body. What they have done is to make cannabis a tier 1 drug, like cocaine, heroin, which is the biggest farce, the biggest lie, the biggest robbery of our health in the history of mankind. Because if you know anything about your body, you do have a cannabinoid system. Your brain will produce cannabis for that cannabinoid system if you can't get it from the external. So sometimes, because you're not getting the right nutrients and stuff, it even can't produce it. So you might have to take some. The oil is one of the best ways to get it into your system. A puff or 2 a day is another way of getting it into your system. But you puff the right cannabis, because right now they do make a high content chemical cannabis. They call them different names, from skunk to other things. That is also destroying our young black people today. So you need to get back to the old-fashioned ganja that take 9 months to grow. Medicine is mature properly inside of it, and that's the oil that we use. The 9 months growing ganja oil that now will replenish that cannabinoid system in your body so that you protect itself from different disease. So once your cannabinoid system is satisfied, I should say full, if a disease comes into your body, it goes right there and deals with it and come right back. That's the importance of your cannabinoid system being replenished regularly and being able to be at full scale, almost like the computer. You're not going to see a video until it's full. The same thing. You're not going to get healing until you have the right amount of cannabis in your system. So we have one from Jamaica that, you know, we're pushing here, and we're actually giving to patients here that from all different kind of diseases, they're seeing like immediate relief from the pain, from the symptoms. That's the immediate relief. And as you take it over time, 2 weeks, 6 weeks, 4 weeks, you will see healing of this disease, like fibroids, growth, any kind of abnormal cell growth in your body. This oil will give back energy to these defense cells to fight off the abnormal cell growth, which is what we call free radical cells. So these oils target free radical cells, get rid of them, fight them off through giving the body its defense system strength to fight against these diseases. So yes, the oil is the old-fashioned oil. It's a lot more expensive than the garbage you're bringing from you know, Europe, Turkey, and this stuff, what they call CBD oil. I mean, those things grow so quickly, and then they only get the oil from the seed. Those are usually hemp, but they're, to me, they're genetically modified hemp. The Chinese are big on it. As you know, Chinese products are usually fake to the real thing. What you need is the real old-fashioned ganja with its 144 different properties for healing.
Okay, so now I'm going, you know, as I said to everyone, hit that like button as we're going international. And we've got a brother in the house who we call Brother Konsu. He's done a lot of work within the community. And, you know, he's going to give us some insight of the state of the states and what's happening out there. And, you know, as we know, it's the election day. Konsu, are you voting today? Can you hear us, Konsu? You're on mute.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, forgive me. I'm sorry about that. Peace to everybody in the panel. Happy birthday, Riggs. Was
Thank you, bro.
Celebration. It's a beautiful thing for a black man to have a birthday nowadays, man. It's an accomplishment. So much love to you. Black Eye TV, you know, I've been knowing you guys for a very long time. Shout out to the get our vote. Let me get straight to the point. I was going to vote. There was a political candidate by the name of Jade.
I think he's cutting out. Can you not hear him?
No, it's cutting and going out. Check your connection to the internet.
Yeah, he's cutting out.
Yeah, it's where his location, because you can see that he's having a bad feed.
I think your internet.
But I mean, what candidate did you mention?
I didn't really hear it because he's cutting out.
What state is he out of? Where is he coming from out of?
Can we hear? He's not speaking.
He's speaking, but it's just not enough data to get it to us.
I think you might have to. He'll have to kind of reset. Can you hear us, Konsu?
Reset and actually go some. He's still talking, but we're not getting it.
Okay, so yeah, going back into Jamaica, right? We've got Brother Rich in the house. Brother Rich, can you hear me?
Evening. All sorry about that. I was having some technical, so it was just booting me off. How you doing, my sister? Thank you for joining us. Yeah, on this illustrious Terry Riggs' birthday day. Yes. Praise the sunshine. Jesus.
Yeah. Anyway. We was just talking and having a dialogue, but Konsu was having some internet situations, and we was talking about the election. But we was more likely talking on the forms of health before Konsu came on. have you got any questions that you would like to ask on that term, on them terms? Because, you know, we're in the UK, and, you know, he has access to Jamaica, and he goes to Miami and America a lot. So, you know, in that health perspective and that pandemic that we're going through, you know, what is your values in that?
You know what? I wanted to ask a question. Is there any, obviously we know most food that's healthy for you. Sorry, excuse my phone. I know a lot of food that's healthy for you actually, you know, works in different ways for your body. But in terms of mental illness and mental wellness, are there any particular foods that speak more to mental health or help with mental health or moods and things of that nature?
Yeah. Actually, I do treat few mental ill patients in Jamaica, and we have what you call not just food, but we do have nutrition that are based in the realm of amino acids. A lot of time I find that the lack of certain amino acids like glutamine and certain things like what you call amino acids like what you call acetylene, carnitine, cysteine, those type of amino that your body would normally produce, but as you get to a certain age, they deplete, including CoQ10. These are things that supplement that we need to have in our diet. They deal with moods, they deal with any kind of negative thoughts, depressive thoughts, bipolarism, those things that we suffer from as a family. I mean, it is really sad because, you know, stress is the number one reason why a lot of us get into these these mental situations. Stress from whether it's through racism, stress from poor diet, eating too much of this chemical food that they call GMO. I mean, the other day I went into a restaurant here in London, and I was looking at the ackee, which has all its natural oil, sitting in a bed of oil. And I said to myself, I said to the young lady, can I see the oil that you're using to make that ackee? And she showed me the oil, and I read on the can where it says soya GMO. I'm like, genetically modified soya oil. Do they know what that means? That's food science. That's what's killing out our black folks. That's what's causing us to be deranged mentally. You eat that garbage, that's chemicals. I mean, they've been orchestrating this to our community for the last 20 years, food science. And that's one of the reasons why you see mental illness on the rise in our community. It's something that you would rarely see. Even in Jamaica, you might see a madman, and he's famous to be a madman because you rarely see madman back in my days when I was a child. I probably know one madman on the road. Now I go to Jamaica and there's madman everywhere, mad woman everywhere. All young people are mad people. And it's because of the diet. It's because of the food science diet that they've been giving us. Because they know if they start with the mind, they will get us every time. So yes, the diet is the problem. So we need to stay away from certain food. You need to stay away from any genetically modified food, because that is going to create bipolarism. It's going to create depression. It's going to create voices in your head that you're going to say, oh, something tells me to go do this wrong thing and stuff like that. No, it's eating back. And that stress on your body creates a dilemma in your mind. So that's one of the things. So you need to make sure you're getting your 8 essential amino acid, especially lysine, especially in these days with these so-called man-made biological viruses and stuff. You need to have lysine in your diet. Lysine protects you from any kind of foreign viruses and stuff. It builds up your immune system. You need carotene, you need arginine, you need all these things that are for men, black men especially, to create more oxidized oxygen type of stuff in your body. You need NAC. NAC is which I give my patients when they're getting older and stuff, which is N-acetylcysteine, which NAC is a mood and a relaxer type of amino acid. And what it does, it also keeps you from getting certain disorders, disease. But most importantly, oxygen in your body destroys a lot of cells. So that will also clean the oxidation damages in your body. So yes, it's the damages and the stress and the environmental damages that are causing a lot of these mental illnesses in our body. So yes, we do need to increase our amino acids. Where do you get these amino acids from? Believe it or not, egg is the richest of its kind. Egg gives you the perfect amino acid, but yet they're using eggs for so many different things nowadays, and the eggs that you're getting, a lot of it has so much chemicals in it that you have to be very careful which egg you're eating, because that will also contribute to more problems.
Oh man, I'm seeing loads of melanated people on the panel today.
Yes.
We've got our brother. We got our brother and the one and only Lloyd, the champion of all champions of all in the number game. We've got the Kaya from the Sister Circle and the champion in numerology and astrology. And we've got another sister from Florida, who is part of the Sister Circle and doing her thing in Florida. So, one thing that I'm going to ask each one of you as everyone comes in is, Lloyd, what does Black family mean to you?
Well, to me, Black family means everything. In fact, you cannot do without the Black family in any way, shape, or form. And it's interesting, up until the so-called integration, there was always at least a mom and a dad in the home. Now, if you go forward 21st century, almost always there's only one or the other instead of both. Okay? So, and as a result, it has really affected the family psychologically, economically. Then, especially here in this country, during the late 70s, 80s, with the advent of crack and people being arrested and busted on, taken away from the family, it affected the community. So, but the Black family means everything. And the fact that you are putting things like this, getting people and raising their consciousness, it's like almost of us going full circle. It's going to take a minute because of the disruption, at least here in the States. Now, I don't know about there in the UK, but here in the States, it was terribly disrupted. So this is why almost always, instead of two parents in a home, you'll just see one parent in the home. And 9 times out of 10, it is the mother. In fact, to show you the effect of that, you will find, and by the way, happy birthday, okay? Terry, let me get this out the way. And you look young when you get a haircut, okay? But okay, that. So, for example, most of my clients are women, right? Mm-hmm. I now have female clients that tell me they meet men where the men want the women to take care of them. Brother, that's unheard of to me. It was the man that always took care of the woman, the family, and and so a lot of things are out of kilter right now. So thank goodness you are raising the consciousness, because universally it is needed. It is very much needed. So at least that's how I see the effect here in the States.
Hi, Kaya. What does Black family mean to you?
Happy birthday.
Thank you once again. I'm trying to share it with the world today. So I'm asking everybody to just come in. Let's be one big family and let's enjoy the experience. And that's what it's about. It's about family attributes of us connecting together and becoming that power once again. So let me ask that quick question to you as well. Is, what does Black family mean to you?
I think Black family is the center of the nucleus. It holds everyone together. It keeps us strong, especially the women, because we go through a lot, we take a lot, you know, from the men, the children, even our own issues. You know, we are always handling things. We always on the front line before everyone else are, it seems like. And we are always the first responders. The men come to us. Even the children come to us, you know, even when it comes to breastfeeding. The fact that we can birth children should be enough, okay? We bring life into this world. So that means we are connected to the universe, okay? So I think Black family is a very vital part of this whole world. Even back from ancient civilizations where, you know, people look like you and I, but we come in this world looking like those ancient people from way back now. You know, there's some resemblance between George Floyd and other people that the ancient people that had put together, you know, when he was during his time of his transition. But I think that we as Black people and are a very vital aspect to the world. But we as Black people need to start coming together. You know what? This voting here in the USA has put a lot of emphasis on how important that it's easy for them to make a phone call and ask you, did you vote? But it's not as easy to pick up that phone and call somebody, how you doing? Are you okay? You know, we need to bring that unity back together. Now, if we can't have that unity, then we're going to stand for nothing. So we got to stand for something. And the more force we are together, the more of a force we are to bring something together. And that's what we can do as a community. Our energy is so strong and so powerful. You know, we got melanin all in our body, in our eyes, in our feet, and our lips, and our hair. You know, we all that in the bag of chips.
Renisha, long time no see. How?
Greetings. Hello.
Greetings.
Okay. I just want to
Hello.
And
sure.
hi, happy birthday.
And you know, this is about uniting the family. My birthday is called Unity. You know, and that's what it's about. Before we go into what's going on in the States, I just want you to quickly just tell us, what does Black family mean to you?
It means love to me, unconditional love, unity, respecting your brother, respecting their opinions, their mind, you know, agreeing to disagree sometimes, you know, and loving each other for your faults, loving each other for everything, and knowing, you know, when to be there to comfort each other. A lot of times we forget that everybody has emotions, they have feelings, they need comfort, they need to just be listened to, you know, and just be heard. And that's what family means to me, to be able to have that comfort place that nobody's judging you and just loving you, no matter what.
So now let's get a little taster of what's going on around the world, in the fact that what's happening about this election. Anyone from the States?
Listen, I voted today. I was very excited. I felt good. I'll be honest, I'm one of those people that unless I really like the candidate, I don't come out and vote. But this time I had to vote. I could not sit down this time. I'm just
You're gonna give us your secret. Who did you vote for?
You know, I went ahead and went for the old man. You know, I went for Biden because I don't think I could do another 4 years with Trump. No. I just feel like he doesn't consider family. He doesn't, you know, he has the same words for everything. You know, nothing changes. So I was just sick of that.
Okay. And Lloyd, any chance you went to that voting poll?
Well, in fact, here in New York City, where I'm at, we had early voting October the 24th. I was the first in line. It took me 3 hours to finally vote, which I did. And here is why I voted, if nothing else. When you look at us historically in this country, when we arrived in the 1600s and was in this enslavement period, just to read a paragraph was death. Just to even think about voting was death. So for my ancestor that I may not have known, whether it's through my great-great-great-great-grandmother, great-great-great-great-grandfather, it's in that spirit that I voted for them. And yes, I voted. And I'm not going to vote for anybody that acts ugly. So when you took at this present president, and see, because he resided here primarily and cut his bones or made his bones in New York City, we from New York know him very well. So when we explain to people he is just about himself, I think some people are beginning to see that. And as long as it's about him, so it's not for him, the United States of America. For him, I think it's the United States Incorporated. Okay. And there's a big difference. So this explains why there's a tremendous early vote out. So people are not taking no chances. And I do believe that Biden will become the new president of the United States, the 46th president of the United States. And here's what's interesting. Joseph Biden is born on the 20th of the month, and Kamala Harris, his vice president-elect, is also born on the 20th of the month. She's born on the 20th of October, and his birthday is coming up on the 20th of this month. So he's a Scorpio like you. He happens to be an 8 personal month, which is a 8 personal year, which is a power year for him. He happens to be in a 1 personal month. These are all numerical things that I teach on my online class. But it simply means new beginnings, new opportunities, new directions. So I do feel that the chances favor him more so. For this present president that this country has, he happens to be in an 8 personal month. Now, 8 is one of his opposition numbers. 3 is one of his opposition numbers. And so I would say that therefore, just that alone, it would favor more Biden. So I'm taking more of a numerical assessment. People will say, oh, Lloyd, that's because you black and, you know, all this other stuff. But I'm saying if I back up and look at the numbers, I would say the number cycle far more favor Biden, definitely, than they do this present president. So I'm going to go with the numbers. Numbers don't lie, okay?
Yeah, no, as you always say. Kaya?
What's your question again?
Yes.
Who's that hiding right in the corner, Kaya?
He said voting, right? So I have not voted. I'm still undecided because, you know, we have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 generation right now that's on this StreamYard right now. So I'm a little up in the air with this voting right now. I feel like what are you going to do for us, for our people this time around? You know, Joe Biden didn't incarcerated or had the power to make change, but yet he said was to worry about the Wall Street Journal and all this other things about the money being pulled out, but yet want to keep building jails for our black man. Why is it that we have so many jails in our community? You know, so I mean, who we voting for and what we voting for, and why does this party, Democrat, Republican Party, even matter to us right now? It's about, to me, I feel like it's their personal opinion on things, but they're not seeing what's really going on inside the community. They don't have hands on. Neither one of them are going to working with somebody in the community, caring for somebody in the community. They're not doing these things. They're not walking the streets, living the way we live in our community. So I really don't know who I'm going to vote for, but if I do vote, I know I will have by 8 o'clock today to go make my vote decision. So I want to just pay homage to my ancestors who have fought to vote. You know, so just because I don't have to vote for a president, I can vote for everybody else but them. Exactly. You know, so we have power in our vote.
I do believe there's more candidates, but no one really talks about the others.
They don't.
Thank you.
Right. Right. So that's why do your research when it comes to these voting. Do your background checks on these people. Do all these things that you have to do. And our young people, our generation, my generation, I'm in the 80s, baby. So y'all 80s and under, you know, y'all need to start looking up what's going on, what they're doing in your community, and what and why for. So get out there. Y'all can go out there and get y'all some lean and get y'all some this and this and that. But y'all can't go and find out and research your own Black history. So I'm sorry.
But yes, so in this climate that we're in, I know I'm very interested to know what is happening in this climate, because, you know, like as in the UK, we've got this thing of this lockdown on a Thursday, and you know, the moon has been shining bright in its full senses. You know, the numbers are just propping up from all different types of corners. Like, you know, I just been seeing 3 all over the place. But the numbers are more rife than ever. Lloyd, what's going on? Tell us.
Well, you know, since it's your birthday, I wanted to give you a reading to let you know what you can expect for the upcoming year of 2021 that actually started last month as an entree. It's like, you know, when you go into a restaurant, before you order the meal, out comes the entree. Well, what people don't know is October is always the entree that indicates what is to be expected in the year, in this case, coming up of 2021. And what I did is when I did that mentally in my head, I says, you happen to be in a 1 personal year. So to declassify the magic of it, I simply took November the 3rd and added it to 2021. These 3 factors, the month you were born, the day you were born, added to the year I want to know about. So if you say, well, Lloyd, what cycle am I going to be in the year 3000? I can tell you right now, although we won't be around, you'll be in an 8 personal year. But the point is, this year coming up, you will be in a 1 cycle year, 1 to start all over again, a 1 to start fresh. Your 3 best friends are me, myself, and I. It is about you breaking new ground. So if the latter part of September into October, you kind of come up with your head mentally, because don't forget, everything starts in our mind before we take action physically, of wanting to have new beginnings, new directions, be more independent, more self-reliant, bring a new angle to what you presently develop or whatnot. Let's say you've been in a relationship. Well, your attitude is, we're going to go forward. We're going to have to add a new dimension, a new flavor, new kind of prospect to that. You will find that Leos are going to help you a lot. Aquarians are going to help you a lot. Aries are going to help you a lot. And especially those that are born on the 1st or the 4th, the 10th or the 13th, the 22nd, the 28th or the 31st of the month. But it is about looking out for number 1. And what makes your cycle so critical, the 1 cycle is when you plant your seeds. In other words, you need to project what is it you wish to do for the next 9 years. So let's say you enter the new year 2021 and you got somebody that call you every day. They're a pain in the butt. If you don't put a stop to it, they will follow you through the next 9 years cycle. So whatever seed you plant will cover itself for the next 9 years. So let's say where you're presently living and your attitude is, listen, can I see myself living here for the next 9 years? And your answer is no. Even though you can't move at this very moment you've made that decision, you are what is called planting the seeds. And anybody who's planted anything or a garden knows, as soon as you plant, put the seeds in the ground and water it, it don't pop up overnight. That's reality TV. It takes a time to nurture itself. So this is going to be a very nurturing, selfish year for you, Terry, to get yourself together. So it's about what Terry wants. It's not about what your mate wants, your kids want, your folks want, your friends want. It's about what Terry wants for Terry Riggs. Sounds simple to me.
Yeah. Brother Rich, are you there? Lloyd, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
No, I was just saying, in essence, this is a year to determine what you want moving forward for the next 9 years. So you got to plant your seeds very carefully, because now you're starting fresh. This year that you just ended found you in a 9 personal year, which means during the course of this year, from September, October of last year through now, you had to or went through the process of eliminating this, eliminating that. There may have been somebody straddling the fence in your life, and you say, you know what, I'm kicking you guys off. I don't need this. I don't need you. I don't need the drama. So now, as we make the entree and segue into 2021, it's about starting fresh all over again, deciding what is in your best interest, not about what I want of you or anybody else in this panel want of you or your friends or your mates or your children, whoever's close in your life, but what, Terry Riggs want for Terry Riggs. Simple.
Thank you very much.
And that is what the people want.
It's not what you set the tone, my friend.
So whatever the people make me turn me in the direction, as the wind blows in the left, I follow the people wherever it goes.
Well, I would say that's good up to a point, particularly next year of the fall of 2021 into 2022. But right now, I would say you need to hit your wagon to your own star and carve out what you wish to move forward for the next 9 years.
100% on that one.
You will be entering a 1 cycle year. See, the numbers only go from 1 to 9. So a person said, well, Lord, what about 10? Well, 1 plus 0 is 1. What about 11? 1 plus 1 is 2. So now you're starting fresh all over again. So it's very important you decide what you wish to carve in your life for the next 9 years moving forward. I would be very selfish if I were you to determine what is best for you. And then
that's the hardest thing. I find it very hard to be selfish.
Well, it's only for 1 year, Terry. Okay, you can.
I know. I'll try my best.
Good.
But selfish is very difficult.
But see, not for everybody, but being selective in your selfishness. If you've got somebody telling you every day there's a pain, you cut back that activity, not unless you want them to do it for the next 9 years, directly or indirectly. It's simple. You already know, you're giving, sharing, but you don't want people to drain all your energy so you don't continue the work. Exactly. In order to continue the work, you must make sure you're taken care of too. So even an army got to come back and retreat. They got to regroup. They got to get some rest. Okay. They got to get some nourishment. That's kind of what this year moving forward is for you, to take care of Terry. Then that way you can take care of everybody else and continue the work.
Kaya, in forms of astrology, what's happening about this moon and the stars, and what kind of shift are we having? Because as they were saying that we're still going through this retrograde.
So Mercury go direct today. Mercury was in Scorpio, so now for the last couple of days since October 25th, it was moved back into the last stages of Libra. So you have to understand, between October the 13th, was it October 13th up until now, what had occurred in your life? What things, what slowed down, what areas you had to go back and retrack and find out, because you get bits and pieces of information, in bits, you're not getting everything. Everything is not solid, it's not stable. So you have to have to start writing down all these things people be telling you, because somebody not telling you the truth. That the prognosis and diagnosis is not right. So you have to really thoroughly go through the information that you are receiving. Computer glitches, cars not working, cars stopping, your car not starting in the morning. Those things, computer glitches are, your Zoom freezes up. Don't know what's going on with your internet. It's just those things. Not only that, you have Mars in Aries that's retrograding to the 13th of November. So you got people that's irate, driving fast, don't care what you're doing, not caring what kind of people you carry in your car, whether it's your daughter, your kids. They're just out here crazy and are very confrontation. And you have to, just step aside and forgive those people, because, they know not. They not in their right state of mind right now. So it's best for you to use that energy and work on you. So do some inner self, clean your home. And if you get that mad that you want to go out there and kill somebody, or call this person, cut them off and cuss them out, you take a deep breath first, okay? And go clean your closet, go clean your basement, go wash the dishes, go do something else that's going to calm your nerves down, because that is not a good thing to do, because you're going to put yourself in more harm's way than you want to be in the beginning. And stay away, because who you allow in your home is very important right now. Now that Mars is retrograding and Mercury will be ending today. So be mindful who you allow in your home. You don't know if they're carrying this virus or not. You're not trying to affect you or your children. So the first thing you have to do is protect yourself in this virus thing, because the virus is creeping back up, and it's been creeping back up since the summer solstice. Now we are in the fall solstice right now. So I said the second week of November was just like slowly creeping up. And then by this conjunction with Jupiter and Pluto on November the 12th, we're going to see a rise of viruses going on. So you might want to just stay low and stay where you got to go. Go to the grocery store, go stock up, do what you got to do. Make sure you hoard some money, put some money up, because this is that time right now. You may not want to go outside your house because there's so much going on.
All right.
So Mars is in the 4th house right now.
So you're right about the virus, but you know, as a virologist in holistic, that virus has been with us for many, many, many decades and centuries. It's been killing people for a long time, and it comes in all, you know, with the pneumonia. It comes with the upper respiratory disorder and all that stuff. But last year it was called the flu, and this year they call it COVID-19. In 1999, when they planned this pandemic, they said they're gonna pick something that is common to us. And this time of the year, everybody gets a rise in common cold and flu-like symptoms. Why are they using these symptoms that are very similar to COVID? Because it's all about the controlling of the people. They want to use this through fear mongering. So we don't need to be afraid of what's going on. People will die from pneumonia and flu for the next thousands of years because it's part of our, you know, our society. The key thing is to get your immune system up so it never affects you. You never get any kind of these kind of symptoms. You know what I mean? People who died earlier this year, especially Black folks, 80% of them had the flu vaccine. Can you imagine? The flu vaccine has caused their demise. Metformin has caused their demise. The other hypertensive medicine that they've been giving them has caused their demise. Why? Because it compromises their immune system. So the focus now, since the virus is going to be on the rise at this time of the year, because once the heat and it's very basic. Once heat and cold meet, you're going to get cold. You're going to get common cold. You're going to get flu-like symptoms. You're going to get COVID-like symptoms. They're very smart in the way they plan this. They plan this because it's the stuff that we get all the time. But how many people usually die from this? It's usually people that have compromising immune system or immune system that is compromised. So the focus, so we stay strong and happy, it's just to build your immune system. Look for the food that will do that. You know, eat the food that will do that. Get the supplements that will do that. Ginger, lemon, skin, blend up some orange skin. Do your eucalyptus breathing throughout the, you know, whenever you find yourself getting that itch in your throat. You know, the only thing that's going to get to it is steam. Steam with eucalyptus or peppermint or wintergreen. That's what's going to get to the back of your sinus and get rid of those, you know, those viruses that are going to gather there. And they normally are bacteria, not really virus, you know. So there's nothing to fear. Just live your life to the fullest and be abundantly happy.
Totally agree with that. And you know, we are in a year where it is affecting the lungs, the heart, and the muscles, you know, the arms and shoulder as well. So everybody will have different symptoms to the virus. Everybody energy is totally different. And I do agree with you with that. You know, this is a continuing virus. Now they calling it SARS-2 COVID, you know. So this is just a continuation of their to get you to get the vaccine, to get their virus to keep on moving and going, because next year could be something else, and the next year could be something else, and the next year. So yeah, your intake is very important. So if you up there eating sweets and sugar and all the diabetic stuff that's going to harm your immune system, then you will be subject to the virus. So if you're not doing anything to build it up, then yes, you know, that'll be a great thing to do right now. So go, like you said, your ginger, your eucalyptus, melaleuca, camphor oil, all these things. Go burn your oil, go clean your sage out your house, and all these things. So I do agree with that.
Lloyd, I wanted to ask a question though. Yeah, right, Lloyd. It's always bugged me, right, in forms of numbers, right? I was born on my father's birthday, which is the 3rd. He's passed away, by the way. But then my mother is born on the 23rd of the same month. We're all 3 of us in November. I just wanted you to give me an insight. You're on mute, by the way. Lloyd, you're on mute.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, it makes a difference, right? Thank you. In the case of your dad, born on the 3rd, and his birthday, he was considered like you a Scorpio 3 person. In the case of your mom, born in the latter part of this month on the 23rd, she would be a Sagittarius 5 person. The common denominator between your numbers, which is your dad's, and your mom's. Her numbers was the 5, 6. Her numbers are the 5, 6, and 3, and your dad's was the 3, 9, and 6. So that tells me between your mom and your dad, 3 and the 6 were the common denominators between the both of them. If your mom is still living, she'll probably tell you that therefore she either first met, dated, went out, or got engaged in and around the months of late February into March, late April into May, late September into October, or late October or late November into December, as these are the 4 months that they share with the both of you. Okay. November, December. So if you November, December, January, February. Okay. So that means you were conceived in February, 1 month before the important months, which is March. But if you talk to your mom, you will find out that's probably, do you know their wedding anniversary by any chance? You know the month they married?
No, I'm not really good at that at the moment.
Well, don't worry. That's no sin. Most men aren't. Women do, because they have other things they have to pay attention to, such as their monthly cycles, which is why women are more attentive to dates and days and things of that nature. We men, because we have to deal with that biological part of it. But if I ask, like, let's say you're married, right? And I says, okay, Terry, when did you first meet your wife? You wouldn't know, but I bet you she would. Okay. She would probably tell you the day she met you, the day y'all went out on the first date, the day you probably kissed her, or whatever the case is. But that's the beauty of the female counterpart. They keep those things in mind. So when a person, to give you an example, they will say, well, the birth certificate says I'm born on November the 5th, but my mom says I'm born on November the 3rd. My thing is, I'm going to go with the mom, especially if you're the first, second, or third child. Why? Because for a woman, bringing life into the world is a major hallmark. And normally that's something a woman never forgets. Now, if you're the 15th, 16th child, okay, where things get a little fuzzy, but if you're that first, second, or third, she knows exactly when she got you here, exactly probably what the temperature is. She was moving furniture, her water broke. Almost every woman will tell you a fascinating thing that led up to the birth of their child. Almost every woman, okay? So I'm saying that's the glue between your mom and your dad. So since you were born on your father's birthday, that tells me you either look like him, act like him. When you was a little boy coming up and you upset your mother, she said, Terry, you just like your father. Although you probably didn't know what that meant at the time when she said it as a kid. But you would have those things. It would also tells me if you were anywhere like your dad, the name may have been different, but astrologically and numerically speaking, both of y'all were very ambitious. Both of y'all were very determined to succeed. Both you and your dad were very, very popular. So I would say you had a lot of similarities to your dad. But because you got 2 out of 3 of your mom's numbers as well, which is the 6 and the 3, I would say in a way you may have some of your mom's disposition too. But I would say your father edges it out. Height, disposition, mannerism, swagger, things like that. And also a flirtatious nature too.
Before we go a bit further in, our brother Konsu's in the house. Brother Konsu, as I always ask people before when they come in, what does Black family mean to you? And I want you to give us a description of who you are and what you do.
No doubt, man. Well, Black family to me is legacy. Black family is ancestorship. It's what keeps us grounded and keeps us connected, in the Black experience. It is what distinguishes us from other people on the planet. It what gives us the essence and the ability to self-identify through connecting through our ancestry and our Black family. And then being able to take a Pan-African approach that all Black people around the world are family. So it's about investing in the humanitarianism around Black people and stop splitting hairs about our Blackness or either promoting anti-Blackness. That's what Black family is to me. I've been, a teacher. I started out traditionally as a priest in voodoo and hoodoo. I grew up as a priest since I was 13. Went to theology school and got a master's in theology at Xavier University in Chicago, Illinois. Then I went through a broad program and started studying Egyptology. I grew a fancy for it and I got a PhD in that. Unfortunately, the economy for Black men, we're not hired as museum curators or priests. That just don't fit our MO, especially one coming from Chicago. So I found myself working for a labor union, and I took night classes and became a financial consultant, received a bachelor's and then associates and then a bachelor's in finance and economics. Went on to get a master's in economics and started my own financial company. I'm one of the only all-Black financial firms in the United States. I'm very proud of that because I worked very hard to establish that. I was a family man, was divorced about 14 years. I got 3 beautiful children that are self-sufficient and identify their Blackness. And I've been blessed to see the extension of my generation through my grandson, a wonderful young man who drives me nuts, but I love that boy. And then, I've been a fixture in what we call the conscious community. It's a love-hate situation. But I've been able to reach a lot of people and help a lot of people with understanding their consciousness and awareness during this present day and time. And I try to bring, my gifts to the paradigm, and I appreciate everyone else because I believe all Black people have some role to play in our emancipation. All of us have a special gift that the Creator has given us, and we just have to tap into it. So, I'm here to add to the paradox, man. I'm just promote love, transparency and patience and understanding, man.
Yeah, because it's all about all schools of thought, and what can we take out of each school to build that great paradigm. Like as we know about Egypt, Egypt doesn't just make itself from itself. It had to have
Right.
all different regions to create in a better place. So we're in that time where we're all coming together and to try to make that better world for ourselves as one big family.
Correct.
So, Aisha, if there is any questions you would like to ask Brother Lloyd or Kaya, please do ask your questions, because we are family. We don't hide anything. So just ask everyone, and let's have this dialogue keep on moving.
Indeed, I would say to Brother Lloyd, you do numerology, right? In
Yes.
terms of numbers,
Mhm.
right? So, both my parents are Scorpios also. So my mum just had her Earth Day on the 31st of October, and my father, his Earth Day is tomorrow on the 4th of November, and he transcended a couple of years ago. So I just want to know about that dynamic and how I fit into that, because I was born on the 10th of July, in the middle in the middle of the year.
Now, you said your mom was born in October. Am I correct?
The 31st, yeah.
The 21st?
31st.
Oh, the 31st.
Yeah.
Now, here's what's interesting. Your mom is born on the 31st. 3 plus 1 is 4. Your father was born on the 4th. In other words, your mom's numbers are the 4, 1, and 9. Your dad born 4 days later on the 4th. His numbers are the 4, 1, and 9. And your numbers are the 1, 4, 2, and 7. So it tells me you could have been born in a year that added to a 1 or a 4, like 1981, 1984, 1975, something of that nature where these numbers added up to a 1 or a 4. And it tells me you would exhibit independent nature, very self-reliant, grew up very early at an early age. I would say in relationship matters, people would misinterpret you as being bossy or dominant when I would say you simply know what you want and you're going to speak on it. Okay. It's a big, big difference of how you roll. And it also indicates you're refreshingly honest. What they see is what they get. You do not change. You are who they see. That's why Maya Angelou says when they say you are, you believe they're what they are. In that sense, just paraphrasing it. And so for you this year, coming up, since you are July the 10th, it simply means that you attracted. And before I get into the year coming up, it tells me when you were younger, you attracted older men. And as you get older, they're going to start getting younger. But you're going to get up one morning and go in the bathroom and look in the mirror and say, girl, what is going on up in here? Okay.
That's actually true. That's very true.
Yeah, but that's all I'm saying, you know? So, but for you coming out for the year, it indicates it's going to be a year where, actually, it's going to be a year where you lay the foundation, lay the cornerstone to some very important things in your life. This year's been very busy. Really, really, despite the COVID, despite the limitations, restrictions of the lockdowns, you have still been busy in your own way. And maybe you even had to deal with a legal or semi-legal matter at some point that was resolved, hopefully successfully in your favor. It came to a head in and around late August into September. So since then, now you're ready to make a change. And now you find that people are flirting everywhere you go, and like, this thing is, what's up with that? Even on a bad hair day. Okay?
That's huge. That's true. Yeah, that's really, that's spot on. Everything that is so spot on. Yeah.
Yeah, well, let you know nothing is wrong with you. To thine own self be true, as Shakespeare would say.
I say, it's true. Thank you.
But what they see is what they get, though. You don't play. Oh, and whoever you're dealing with, you should always tell them you get along better with men. So don't go there. Okay? The only people you're supposed to know are women. You don't roll like that. You always get along better with men. Your list is far longer than the ladies.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, that's how you roll.
Yeah.
Renisha, is there any questions you would like to ask Renisha? Don't be shy.
I don't know. Like I'm enjoying the energy right now. I'm very happy.
Well, what is your birthday?
The 5th of November.
A Scorpio too. Scorpio is in the house. Her parents, you, and you. So that tells me, young lady, whoever you are, the secret to holding on to you is to let you go. Here's what I'm saying. Let's say we started dating each other, right?
Ooh.
And then you spend the night at my house, or I stay with your place, and I say, "You boo, where you going?" You so ain't that nice, Lloyd, want to know what I'm doing. But every single morning, ask you the same routine question would drive you crazy. You don't like repeating yourself either. And you work well under stress.
That's why I have the perfect husband. He doesn't stop me.
Yeah, well, that's why he keeps you, because he does not stop you. That is the secret, because you are an air sign. Air is everywhere you walk, everywhere you go. So therefore, if you have this free spirit energy, that would explain it, because each number is ruled by an element in nature. So you are a water sign, which brings sensitivity to the equation, but with an air number, which brings that reasoning, that logical, that questioning type of nature of temperament. And it also suggests you probably walked before you were 1 year old if you talk to your parents. Always a fast learner, always a fast doer. In fact, they may accuse you of being fast. You know how the women say, girl, you fast, but you wasn't fast like that. As fast that it didn't take you long to catch on to things. That's all.
Yes.
By the way, what is your husband's birthday?
What was that?
What is your husband's birthday?
He's May 30th.
Okay, so his numbers are the 3, 6, and 5, and your numbers born. Your numbers, since that's the case, you would be. And the birthday again? That's interesting. All of a sudden, it went blank on me again. Your birthday is November the 5th. Your numbers are the 5.
My birthday is 11/5. Yes.
Right. It just came on me. I don't know why I went blank all of a sudden, but here's the point. You and your husband have two numbers you'll share in common, which are the 5 and the 6. Okay, you're born on the 5th, and your numbers are 5, 9, and 6. He's born on the 30th. It means his numbers are the 3, 6, and 5. So that tells me if you look forward to next year and the year after, 2021 is a 5, 2022 is a 6. So both y'all should be really hitting your stride over the next 2 years moving forward. It also tells me that y'all probably first went out on a date on a Wednesday or a Friday, or did you first kiss him, which is none of my business, okay? Or that y'all went out somewhere
That
in and
was
around
April 12th.
April, which is a 3. That was that was his number. Okay, so he was filling his oats then, okay? So I don't know when you're married, but it tells me since y'all have the months of May and June, September and October in common.
We got married. We got married today, actually, the 3rd of November is our anniversary, our
Okay,
7-year
7 years.
anniversary.
That's nice. Very, very nice. Well, what year was that 7 years ago? That would have been 20, what's that, 2012? 2014?
2014.
Okay, in the year of 7. Okay, y'all have
2014.
children, by the way? Okay, now,
Yes, we
your
have 2
numbers
kids.
are the 5, 9, and 6. His numbers are the 3, 6, and 5. What's the birthday of your first child?
My first
Okay,
child
there's
is
September
September
1.
28th.
Boy or girl? Okay, that means she's
It's a
headstrong and
girl.
probably will want to be a lawyer or doctor or scientist. Okay, and she probably, yeah,
Anything
she's
to
a number
boss
1.
somebody around.
Winners always come in number 1, dear. They don't take orders well. So God bless her husband or her boyfriend, whoever when she
Oh,
gets to
no.
that stage. What about your second child, boy or girl?
It's a boy,
His
and he
numbers are
is
the
June
2,
11th.
7, and 5. So he would have a lot of your energy, but he would do well in the mechanical, mathematical sciences, computers. As an infant may have been very finicky or fussy about his eating habits or dietary laws. Picky.
Yes, very picky. Very picky.
Mm-hmm.
And he already likes to put stuff together already.
Yeah.
Take stuff apart, put it back together.
Yeah,
it's only 5.
That's his gift. That's his gift. And he's a Gemini like his father, so you can't tell your husband too much about your young man, right?
Nope.
So thank you for letting me share. But Terry, back to you. I hope you're having the best birthday ever and many, many more to come. And Terry, you have been trying to get me to the UK in a long time. So once maybe in the next 3 to 4 years, I hope it don't take that long, when they ease the restrictions on traveling, we'd love to come and visit the UK when you have those annual events. It would be
I think the doors will open next year,
And we'll do a workshop because Kaya and I actually do workshops together. So between the both of us, we can raise people's consciousness still over there on the other side of the pond, as you say.
Yep, because eventually I all want us to come together into one place, whether it's in America, Europe, or Africa, or the Caribbean. We'll find a way where we can all get together in that perspective, because that's what it's about.
We will be there. That I can guarantee. We'll be there.
So, and what's been happening for you in the perspective of new things coming in, like books or new courses that you've developed? What's been happening with Lloyd?
Well, this has been a very interesting year, even with the shutdown. But this year favors Aquarians. And so far, I would say so far so good, because the month before the shutdown here in the United States in March, I launched an online course called Learn from Lloyd, How to Read a Person Like a Book. It's a 10-part course where you go at your own pace. You're not in competition with nobody. You go at your own pace. You can only get to it once a week, once a day, whatever the case is. And they can enroll by going to my website. As I explain to people, numbers are universal. And the proof of the pudding is I now have close to 1,400 students in 47 countries around the world. In fact, other than the United States, the UK and India has the most of my students registered, right there where you are, and also in India. And it's in 17 different languages. So if they want to find out what it's about, they can go to my website, lloyd-strayhorn.com. So for the newbies, it's spelled L-L-O-Y. Well, there's my name right there. All they got to do is put a dash in between my first and last name, put a .com at the end of that, and they'll be right there. Kaya and I do a free monthly newsletter. So our November newsletter should be coming out. So if you go there, Kaya has her website called kayafrench.com. I'll let her promote herself. But if you go to her website, you'll get her newsletter from her. If you go to my website, you'll get a newsletter from me. But the point is, we have collaborated, and so we do it jointly together. On hers is Kaya and Lloyd. On mine is Lloyd and Kaya, but it's the same information to guide you in all the zodiac signs. So there's a lot of important things happening this month of November. And so they can do that. But it's on my website, lloyd-strayhorn.com. And when they scroll down, they can enroll in the class. Learn from Lloyd how to read a person like a book. And they can also find out something about their zodiac signs and their numbers, which Kai provides on her site too.
So if someone wanted to know the website, could you just quickly reel it out?
If somebody, what again?
I said your website. What is your website again?
lloyd-strayhorn.com. So you see my name there. Just put a dash between Lloyd and Strayhorn. And at the end of Strayhorn, you put a .com and you got my website. Okay. And you see Kaya French's name? Or you got to say it's kayafrench.com. It's real simple. Our websites are right there on our names. Just put a dash between my first and second. No dash between her first and second name, though. You got to put it all together. Okay?
So, Kaya, what about you?
Okay, so my website is kayafrench.com. You can go on there, and there's a lot of information about numerology, a little background of myself as well, too. I also have a bachelor's in organizational management. And me and Lloyd write the monthly moon newsletter. So you can go on his website, Lloyd-Strayhorn. You can go on my website, kayafrench.com. I also am a columnist for New York Amsterdam News. So every Thursday, there will be a column up on the horoscope. You will see my column there. So sometimes I put them on my Instagram as well too, but lately I've been dealing with a family emergency, so I'm going to get that updated for you guys. If you want to go in there and look on my Instagram, because I do dazzle with it all up, and also the paperwork, the newspapers also dazzle with the colors that I choose. So that's New York Amsterdam News, their horoscope column on page 18. Also, I am writing my first book as well too. I'm writing just maybe a short book and a long book. So those are my things that I'm currently working on right now.
Yeah. So just on a quick one on the in forms of astrology, what do you see for the future?
Definitely, I see change with this. With this Uranus and then Taurus. This is I'm not gonna say one of the reasons, but this could see Uranus was ruled by the number 4 and 1, and then you have Taurus, which is a 6 number. Both the 1 and the 4 and the 6, they all deal with the heart, and we are having this virus that deals with the heart population, the lungs, the respiratory system, that and also in fact the circulatory system as well too. So I don't think this virus will be going away anytime soon. It's going to be here. Like the brother mentioned earlier, it's something that's always going to come. So it's how you handle it. It's how you take care of yourself. Also, it's also indicating to me, because 6 rules the woman, the family. So we can see some separation, increased separation in relationship, and increase in people making their transitions right now as well too. So there is a lot of things going on. Maybe even doing a relocating your home, changing up, making more of a commitment to yourself, changing the way you operate, change the way you do things instead of you being at somebody's house. We're doing online things now because that's the Uranus energy. It brings the technology information in. It makes it more aware. So we have to start when Saturn goes into Aquarius again, which happened in the beginning of late February into March, that we have to start being more of a unity, coming together in our communities, building back those old times when we could go out and talk to one another go type a letter up and put it through your mailbox. Those kind of things, door to door stuff. We know not doing that now, but those be the things that we can be doing right now. So there will be definitely changes going on within the world, and that's all. If these changes already took places in the month of September, so the end of September going into October, you see the changes. But October brought more emphasis, especially the last week of October. You know, people were at a decision, at a crossroad. They didn't know what to do, where to go, how to handle things. So they had to, you know, improvise and implement and make a decision of where they want to go and how they want people to address them. Maybe you want to talk different ways or communicate different ways or do things a little bit more different. So it's a whole new approach to things now, and that's what will be going on up until next year. And you know, all of these retrogrades will be here, so you have to let Mother Earth, Mother Nature, do her part. It has to run its course no matter what. So what's best for you to do when a Black woman is mad or upset, or any woman is mad or upset, get out of her way.
Let's introduce a new party into the house. Please state your name and who you are.
Peace, family. Panataba, Pama, Uncle Jet, Uncle Justin, Uben Nefike, Panebu, Haru, Ma'ati, to everyone. Mr. Nefer Haru, Mr. Rigg, Anu Ramu Tefweb, I'm Ramu Tefweb. Came to give you a shout out for your birthday, my man.
Yeah.
I appreciate everything that you do and everybody on the panel. I'm just sitting here listening. I just want to give a shout out as well.
Yes. Before you say anything, I just want you to give us your insight on what does Black family mean to you?
To me, Black family means cosmos, universal, love, cherish, traditions, culture, uprising, nurture. That's what Black family means to me.
Thank you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes. So, Brother Rich. Brother Rich, are you there?
Yeah, I'm back in the building, people. I'm back in the building. Big up, Brother Lloyd. Big up to the sisters. Big up, Raquel. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, technicals is going on. I got people in my house running around, all sorts. But yes, I'm back. Been listening to the conversation. I heard Brother Strayhorn drop some knowledge. I heard what the sisters was talking about astrology. I didn't hear what Yuzo was talking about when Yuzo was talking about voting. I heard a couple people say they went to vote. Yeah, did you lot say who you voted for?
Well, there's no shame.
I was interested in hearing that one. Biden. So everyone's Biden here, yeah?
Yeah, I voted for Biden. Yeah.
Personally, I voted for myself, but that's another story.
No doubt. Well, let's get controversial now. Let me say it off a bit, and let's. Do you think that they are playing with your mind state when they're giving you two candidates like that in this current climate? So you know we've got these riots, we go to madness, and they're gonna give you two potential pedophile racist guys to pick from in amongst this backdrop of racial riots and all the rest of it. Do you feel like they're playing with you psychologically? Because when I look at that situation, that's what it looks like to me. It looks like a game. And as we know, well, I believe, because I won't speak for everyone else on the panel, but I believe it's not by chance any of those people are either elected or put into positions of power. But again, you know, that's my feeling. How do you guys feel about that?
Well, let me put my little 2 cents in. You know the analogy of good cop, bad cop, that no matter which way you're trying to get to something, it's kind of something like that. Okay, one is very brazen, very obnoxious, very rude, very disrespectful. The bad cop, Trump, where now you got a person who, and so no matter what, you know what's interesting? Malcolm X in 1963 had this thing called the 64 election called the ballot or the bullet. That they would always need our votes. Notice, well, I don't know how much you know what's going on in the state, but they are determining What's the large majority of black people that's going to vote in the state of Michigan? How many black people are going to, volume of black people going to vote in the state of New York? Almost always we are the breakers. We are the one that break the ice. And yet we are treated the least. Why is it we're still struggling? Why is it that with this COVID-19 of it, they come to find out for minority of people in this country, we are affected in the majority of the ways. In fact, they kept that stat under the covers for many months. And it was started in March. And it wasn't until about June, July, where it really started getting out that, Black and Hispanic people are more affected by this virus than anything else. So black people in this country were, in fact, was even a little reluctant to get the Q-tip stuck up their nose, okay? In other words, are you trying to infect me and whatever? But if you look at the history, and there's an excellent book by Dr. Washington called Medical Apartheid, that ever since this country, ever since George Washington, the first president of this country, his slave woman, she was always a subject of experiments. Then if you move it up to the 1940s, there were the Tuskegee experiments where they would inject syphilis into our body under the pretext that is so. So there's a whole lot of things. So the good cop, bad cop is kind of how I see it.
Okay.
So that's my opinion.
My opinion, I feel like our votes only matter when the opponents are trying to win against the other opponent. So you put us in the middle to do your dirty work. It's like it's like this. You get the campaign going, you say all these good speeches, and you say you're gonna do this and you do that. You get all these runaround situations, and you here, you there, you're doing this, you're saying this, you're saying that. But when it all comes down to it, you're not going to do what you're going to do. You're not going to do what you said you do. First of all, you have people behind you that's powerful, directing what you're doing anyway. So you can only do so much and say so much, So it's like we're playing this. How long are we going to keep playing this game with you guys?
Right.
So it's like we just keep getting all these different directions and ending back at the same darn place. So now you want to use my vote to get you position in the hierarchy. So it's like, why even vote? What are you going to do for us? Not even for us, but everybody else in this world. How can two people be in control? Why is the only two people? Or there's other branches, but the main ones is Democrat and Republican. So I just don't think it's fair. I think we need to build our own community somehow, some way, and unite as one because we're a powerful force together.
Right. No doubt. Let me say this as well. I was gonna say, based on all of our research, what we know about America, again, there's multiple ways that your money is devalued. There's laws in place that, as the brother pointed out, as well as you, that directly impact black people. At this point, do you guys feel that realistically, based on you having Senate, so again, even though you have the president or the prime minister, there's a cabinet, there's a parliament, there's a Senate, there's a range of people there to change in ways that one person can't do. So at this point, with certain laws that are blatantly against black people, just the case where we should just be demanding the change of legislation rather than buying into the change of leadership inherently leading to change of legislation. As the sister just said, they're going to say whatever they're going to say to get your vote. They're going to give you whatever promises. And I will say to anyone, I'll pay them £100 if they can show me one president or prime minister that has fulfilled on any of their campaign promises. Yeah, and I'll say it just like that. Any of their campaign promises, really, So at this point, is that something we should maybe be pushing for, where we're just looking for the change of laws and legislation, if we're serious about it, rather than even bothering to buy into the leadership? Because we know, again, those the leadership most of the time is appealing to certain demographics. They have a certain foreign policy that they have to affect. And outside of that, as we know, it's a preset plan to, ride off the backs of us as black people who are the energy source of the planet. Yeah, in every which way, whether we're talking about economically, physically, spiritually, however you want to go, we are the battery source already of that. So, how do you guys feel about that? And I wanted to bring Ram, can you hear us, brother? I see you driving. I wanted to hear your opinion as well, if you can talk on that one, if you can talk safely. If you can't talk, don't worry. But I want to hear everyone's opinion on that. Do we need to just be protesting for the laws to be changed? I'll leave it there. Anyone can jump in, though.
Now, the last question was, could you do what again? Can you just repeat that last question one more time, please, so I'm clear?
Should we just be pushing for laws to be changed rather than pushing for leadership change?
I would say laws, and let me tell you, one of the laws is economic laws. Let me tell you, this country is predicated on what is called the almighty dollar. So when they say "in God we trust," they mean the good old dollar. That's what they mean. And if you take an example during the 50s of Rosa Parks, when she refused to get off that bus and they arrested her, what those people did there was they stopped getting on that bus and actually drove that bus line out of business. Those brothers and sisters walked every day to work. They shared rides every day, whatever the case is. And as soon as the money was affected, this is the same thing with the Soweto wives in South Africa too, during the late 60s. When those brothers and sisters start spending that money, people start getting their act together. And I'm here to say that if we exercise an economic consciousness, you will find that we will be treated far, far more better, because it's really with this country about the almighty dollar. So when they say "in God we trust," as far as I'm concerned, it means the good old dollar bill.
Yeah, I agree myself. It's like under the temple of Tesha Parah, Holy House of Ra. One thing that I learned about all economics is dealing with this word called the creed of equity. Everything that's based off their, like how you say, under their laws, under their statutes, under their holidays, things of that nature. From my understanding, everything is there to keep you broke.
Yep.
Well, that's understanding that process where I always tell people, out of the 12 months on their calendar, what month doesn't have a holiday?
True.
What month? And then to let people know, it's August. Out of 11 11 months, you're always spending money because they want you to spend that money. Then with us being on this lockdown, consciously we should have been recycling it through each other.
Right.
Yep.
However, we're still stuck on, my life is changing, everything's falling apart. I want to still do this, I want to still do that. But at the end of the day, economically, as a people, this is a blessing more than a curse. But our individuals, all of our conscious brothers and sisters, we need to get to that state of, we have the power. We have a lot of things that is against us. However, with this lockdown, we know who to go to. We know that we have a lot of businesses out there, but we still have it in our mind like, oh, this person's going to get up on us and things of that nature. But that's all that psychological European understanding or logic.
I agree.
But that's my take on it, person, on that on your question, brother Richard.
And you know what's interesting? They got this debate about this country would rather open up its businesses than attend to controlling the health and the welfare of its citizens. In other words, they would rather go out there, open up a business, and put their health at risk. But if your health is not together, the money doesn't mean anything. And in fact, when you get all these illnesses, you're going to get a big fat bill from the hospital that you can't afford to pay for anyway. So you would think the priority would be about the benefit of one's health than the benefit of the economics. Of course, you need the economics because that's the way this culture is shaped. In a sense, you got to make money, you got to pay your bills, your rent, this, that, and the other. But I don't see how you can do it when you're in bad shape, when you're in bad health. I just don't see how you can do it. I just don't.
So yeah, I want to say, if you don't stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. So if we don't take a stand, we're gonna fall for anything they've been doing and what they can gonna continue to do. So if we don't collectively come together as a force and make those necessary changes, like he said, can we make changes in the laws? I believe we can if we come together and make those changes, like you said. Rosa Parks, she stood there and said she's not getting off this bus because she's paying her equal fare, just like everybody else, and I shouldn't have to sit in the back of the bus any darn way. So I believe that you know, the supposedly July 4th is the Independence Day. 4 is a number that has to have structure, have to have routine, have to have some kind of organization, have to have be consistent in what you do. So they have to be consistent in what they do. And as long as they are consistent in what they doing, you know, you can break the pattern, but you got to learn how to work with them, not really work with them, but work their program, but doing your own program at the same time too. So there's ways that you can maneuver around things. You just got to be consciously aware of these things and how you go about doing it. You have to read the fine print and use their words, use their knowledge and how they're doing. And let's think about 4 rules: what? The heart, the lungs, the back, the spinal pain, all those things. So what is the number one leading death or cancer or whatever it is? Cancer, right? It's cancer, diabetes. It affects our ability to be comprehensive. It affects our body to operate the way it should. So if they can continue to put these things that's going to affect these issues on our body, then these are going to be the issues they're going to be keep on doing. So they're always going to prey on your vulnerability. So we have to make sure that we are organized, we are structured, we are in unity, we are a force together, just like they are. They have no problem working their program. But when it comes to us, we have a problem getting together, working our own programs together. So we really need to start uniting and come together as one, growing your own food, the farms, and all those things, because we can eat for free. We don't need to go to your grocery stores and those things. We know how to know how to do all these things. Get together and learn a trade, learn a skill, do something for yourself and for your family, and teach your kids this the same thing so they can keep this generational wealth going on. And sometimes it's not all about money. It's about what kind of skills and trades you have, because they will pay you for your knowledge.
Let me say, family, to Terry, I have a writing assignment that if I don't get this writing assignment out the way, my name's going to be mud. So Terry, and to the rest of the family there on Black Ice TV, I want to say thank you. But I really got to go. I have a serious deadline that I must meet. God bless everybody there. And Terry, I don't know where you went, buddy, but happy birthday. And to everybody else that tuned in, I will be back at another time. But I'm going to have to say peace out for now, as I have a serious deadline that I have to commit myself to. Okay, gentlemen?
Much appreciated, brother, for coming through. Always fun and a pleasure.
You are the best. Anytime, invite me back. It's an open invitation, okay?
Most definitely, most definitely. We will have you on. We will be streaming back on Black Ice TV, the normal channel soon. They've striked us. So don't worry, we'll be back on schedule. Again, coming true.
Okay, but happy birthday again, and I mean it sincerely. To everybody, peace out.
Peace out, brother.
Peace.
Yeah. So tell me something. For you guys, yeah, does it change if you want to stay in America? Because again, I don't know how all of yous are fixed, whether staying in America is a permanent thing for you guys. Do you think it's about an exit strategy at some point? Does that change how and what you're doing and your approach to certain things? In regards to the politics, does that mean that you just exempt yourself? How you doing, sister? Go on, brother. or whoever's going
For
to speak.
me, well, with me personally, I think I would have to say I have an exit strategy. I really don't feel like I will be staying here too much longer. I really am looking towards building certain things, but I am definitely looking at an exit strategy. I want out. I want to go home.
Yeah, saying for myself, I personally want to go back out because the way my life was set up in my youth due to military, I was always in a different country. And then when I came back to the Americas, how you say, I've been stranded here for a little while. But I still do little travelings here and there. But when it comes to exiting or leaving, not necessarily permanently, but for a very long time personally, it's definitely something that a lot of our people need to do so they can see what other conditions our diaspora or different countries or even Timeri, Africa, see what's like literally going on, what it is there that we can not necessarily change, but assist in the evolution of our greatness. Because a lot of people don't know that the sun is shining on us in this age right now, which is pretty dope. But at the same time, a lot of us are still stuck in that, how you say, that mentality of, oh, there's nothing, there's no hope, things of that nature. But when it comes to knowing how to combine a lot of resources, in a sense, one, as you know, Brother Richie, dealing with time is one of them. Understanding how to, universally speak a language, as well as putting certain um, different type of, not necessarily tribal, but nationwide settings within our diaspora, because everything's still separated to a point, but it's right there. All people got to do is really connect to. So when you travel into these other places, such as myself, once our temple is finished in place, I plan on to going to different countries and setting up shop, because it's not about me anymore. It's about those generations, and that's something that I preach a lot now, because nobody, this generation that we have right now, after mine's, which is cool, I'm considered what you call a millennial, if you want to call it like that. But my generation is destined to make change. It's been written in the stars. There's a lot of cosmic backup, if I could say it like that, that's going to be played out throughout the next 5 months. So it's going to be a very great ride, but it all depends on if you're up for the challenge, in a sense.
You, you,
Totally agree.
oh, go on, sister. Say what you was going to say.
That we should at least have the experience of traveling somewhere that's out of the country, just to get that experience and to live there, be there for 2 or 3 months, whatever it is, so you can learn and see how different it is there and see how loving and welcoming these people are, rather than here in America. There's a total different energy, when you go somewhere else rather than you here. Then sometimes when you even go visit, like I went to Trinidad before, and it was so amazing, so beautiful. I was able to spend time in nature. We can spend time in nature here, but it's nothing like being closer to that equator when you are, traveling far distant places like that. So you get all that uh, electrified energy there. So I think that we all should have the experience to travel. Whether are we gonna make an exit plan or not, I think I will go back and forth, because like the young man said, that we still have to build for our generational that is to come. We can't just be gone and leave them here hanging with no information, with no tools, no requirement. So yeah, I think we should all just have that experience and be well diverse.
Hmm. Most definitely. I think that's a key word. Diversify yourself, as in have as multiple skill sets, multiple income streams if you can do that. And learn and occupy yourself in multiple ways. Because when we're talking about mental health in general, being productive, understanding holes that need to be plugged, you're not going to do that while you're sitting stagnant. That's where you got to keep yourself occupied. And I think in a good way, I think, you know, that's where the lockdown has inadvertently helped in a lot of ways, because the time that certain people have spent sitting down, it has moved a lot of people that I know personally, even myself, into doing things that in normal times I was umming and ahhing over, i.e., like homeschooling my son. During this time period, it kind of made me 100% decide, you know what, it's not worth it. I was already having problems with the school, but this time made me kind of was a last straw in just dealing with the situation and taking on board certain things. So I think in that sense, there has been positives to certain of us sitting down and having a chance to take a breath, not be on the go every minute of every day, and kind of start to look at our households. Because one of the things I'm always about, you know, it's nice to talk to people about family or about extended family or Black nation and nation building, but it starts with the home. So if your home is in disarray, your relationship with your kids ain't really good, you know, all these kinds of little subtle nuances are going on, then you going out into the wider community or doing shows is kind of moot to me. Like, it don't make no sense. You trying to move like that, and again, it's backward. And I think a lot of the times we tend to do that, where we make statements about Black people in general or about our nation and what we need, but there's finite details of self-examination, and in the sense of looking at our homes and looking at ourselves, that part gets overlooked, because that's a more difficult process, to look at yourself, be honest with yourself, be real about yourself. Even down to the homeschooling thing for me, you know, in order to do it, I had to be real with myself. I had to look at myself and say, what can I teach my son, and what do I need support in? Because if I don't do it in that way, I'm only going to do him a disservice thinking I can deliver similar type educational levels in everything. And no, that's not reasonable. That's not sensible. And again, that's not real with yourself. So I think the time has helped with self-reflection. But again, how do you guys feel about that? And Riggsy, Lloyd said happy birthday. He had to go write his book, do his deadline, so he'll be back anytime we're ready. But yeah, how do you guys feel? And you, Riggs, I mean, you heard what I said. How do you feel about the lockdown? Do you think it's helped us in that sense of self-reflection?
You know, I'll go forward with that in the fact that it's a double-edged sword, in that on one side it's kind of helped us to understand self-sufficient, in understanding that we needed to learn and to be as a household, which we've been missing for a very long time. And people that have been, you know, like been working, and, you know, some people that it's not of their choice, but because they have to pay bills and things like that, it comes into a situation where the child gets neglected, and then the child becomes an adult. So on that side of things, the lockdown has kind of brought that family once again. But on the other side, it comes in an effective of the economical system, because if the nation or the national place or wherever you reside does not maneuver, then nothing could be made. So nothing could be bought, and nothing could be spent in many different ways, where it can cause a form of chaos, because in the whole nutshell, we are not self-sufficient anymore. So we rely on services, and services need to be paid for. So if you take away that, then we are unself-sufficient, as we saw in the pandemic, just on the simple stances of the toilet roll. People panicked because they're not self-sufficient. But if you asked someone, if you took that years back, a traditional person, they would have told you, you know what, go and get a newspaper. or go and get it.
Free.
or just go and get a bucket of water and do what you got to do. But it shows you how much we rely on the system. So it's opened up doors of recognition. So it has helped in many ways, but then the people that don't know the past, it's become a depression. Brother Rich.
I think that was well said, Mr. Riggs. I think it has brought in how to be to be organized and structure, and to be more assertive in your own ways. Like Michael Jackson said, as he was saying, you look yourself in the mirror first before you can assess anybody else. Assess yourself first. Check yourself before you wreck yourself and wreck other people on the way, getting where you got to go. So I think it was kind of like a timeout to get yourself together, to come back home and restructure yourself, reorganize yourself, reconstruct your thoughts, your brain, and all these things. And when it came down to the children at home, you made more meals at home. I will hope that you did. You know, you got more the kids involved, whether you was making smoothies or cooking or mopping or cleaning. You know, everybody had their chores. You got some structure going on. Okay, you do this, you do that. I'm gonna go here and work, but you got to start making time. And how did you use your time? What kind of routine did you come up with? Did you write down your goals? Did you write down some things? So it kind of brought us back to a little bit of, if we didn't have anything else to use, what would you use? How would you survive? It kicked in that survivor mode for us. You know, like you said, it went out and bought tissue where you can go outside and get the leaves or do something else, newspaper back in the day. You know, you had to find ways to continue life, because life does not stop. Especially when someone is making that transition, life still goes on. So we
Right.
still have to find ways to do things to make our plan work. And actually, when it's the most stressful time, you should be really getting on your grind and getting things done, and find out how you do this, how you do that. Come in and having your roundtable discussion, like back in the days we used to have those roundtable discussions. Get on a Zoom meeting, get on the StreamYard, get on the phone call, do all these things and start getting back together how we used to do a little bit. So it brought back a little bit of that unity and that support system, and really having that structure within the home.
Yeah, no doubt. I feel you on that.
Because
Rick?
one thing that I kind of learned, right, is that a lot of people have not contacted an old friend and just phoned him to say hi.
Mm-hmm.
Every time someone phones, it's always got to do with a form of an issue or a different separate conversation. But all he just wanted is a conversation to say someone, I hope everything is well. How are you doing? You never get that kind of conversation on the phone no more.
No, it's always with something else, right? Oh, she did this and he did that. Girl, let me tell you. Boy, let me tell you. No, let's see. We as Black people are the solution in the problem. Okay, so we need to find ways to get it together. And we're gonna always have issues. We're gonna always have things that's gonna defeat us. We're gonna always have these things in front of us. You know, ask which way you're gonna go, left or right. We're always gonna have a positive energy and a negative energy. It's all about where you going, what direction you're going in, because each direction will lead down a different choice you make in your life. So the choice that you make in your life is where you are now.
Because when you think about them things, right? Look at how everyone is talking about the elections.
Yeah.
And
but look how the election can get together and get you to work and pay you extra money to call these people. Y'all done ring my phone more than my family called me. Y'all done called me, asked me, did I vote? It did this and this and that. So they know how to get they stuff together. We need to learn how to do that. Get on the phone and start calling people up. But calling their bluff or call them out.
Yep. And like it's on the simplest things of, let's come together, let's build a school, let's build a hospital, let's build. You never see us. But if you say, yeah, let's go and vote for Biden and Trump, we're at the election voting. So where does our priorities stand?
Right. Y'all can go out here and vote and stand in long lines. Long lines, and y'all can get out here and do this. But we can't use that same power and get out here and come collectively together. If it's 1 million people, that's $1 million. Just bringing $1 to the table. You know, we can do with that $1 million. We can buy farm, we can buy land, we can buy all these things, but it just coming together. What's the problem? What's the issue? Let's solve these issues. Let's face our fears. You know, put your demons on a diet for a minute and just move aside and make a way for what you got to do in life. Because that's really is what it is. You know, what kind of legacy you're going to leave for your children, for other people? How are you helping? How are you being a servant? What is your contribution to the world? We all have one. So what is yours? What are you going to do? And this is that of what and why and how I'm going to do it. Sometimes the how is already inside of us. We just got to start doing it.
So like I always ask people, it's like this. There's 4 primordial questions that a person really needs to ask themselves. Those questions are, who am I? Where do I come from? Why am I here? And where am I going? A lot of people cannot even answer 2 of them. However, there's a time in this age that a lot of people will be able to answer that now. Because when it's coming to the traditions and understanding this pandemic, so-called pandemic, that is literally planned and executed, it's kind of getting out of hand now. However, if we're able to take that opportunity to look within oneself, to look within their family, find out what is that issue or that guiding fear that's deep into your heart, that it's attached to your soul. Find out what that issue is, and you'll be surprised what happens.
Yep. And you will find that majority of the people would like to sweep that under the carpet. Brother Rich.
Yeah, they don't want to talk about them things there. This is where it is. Yeah, why are you calling me? What was you going to say? What are you going to ask me?
I was going to ask you, in this lockdown, right? How do you feel? Where do you feel that the children of today are going to be at? Or how do you feel that they are thinking, even if they're even thinking in 5 years' time? Where would you feel that their position will be if we still go through this way of this pandemic and the way we are relying on the system? Where do you see our children will be in 5 to 10 years?
Well, one is going to be a normality. All of this is normal to them. They already see the thing is, society's already been groomed to a position to accept certain things. So the children have already been digitalized. So for them, unless your child is into activities or doing something necessary that's been shut down, they're still on their PlayStations and phones and all the rest of it. So to them, they're head down. They're not really watching it. The only big change for them was when they couldn't go to school, kind of thing. And then that comes down to how you regulate your own household, because some parents were still doing the work and obviously keeping a regime and a routine. Some parents I know was letting their kids just go on like it was the holidays, and they were just doing what they wanted to do. But for me, from what I see, the kids are digitalized. So as I said, their heads aren't into so much of the physical activities, as in meeting up in the same way. Obviously, as you get older, so when we're talking about older teenagers to early 20s and wherever, they're suffering because obviously they still want to party, drink, do their thing outside in public. But when you're talking about the smaller ones, 10s or 5s up till 15, let's say, it's kind of a toss-up because a lot of them, as I said, they're online, they're in Facebook, they're using all their energy in that way. So to them, it's normalized, and by the time they're adults in 5-10 years, their perception of what society is and what's normal to them is going to be horrible. because all the things that we're kind of fighting and discussing now and saying, oh, that's terrible, and how can they do this, and how can they force vaccination on that and this and that, that would be the normality for our kids. The same way when it comes to, and this is a slightly sideways thing, but I was having a conversation about trauma and, you know, what we used to do as supposedly quote unquote unconscious people. And, you know, there's plenty of times when we can reflect on our young years, and, you know, our experience usually is either you was on street hustling, doing some sort of crime, you was partying and raving, you know, you was sleeping around, um, but usually with the same sex and all this kind of thing. But I was saying to my friend, when our children talk about their unconscious days, they're going to be saying things like, you know, I was bisexual for a little while. I was with a transgender for a little while. I was, you know what I'm saying? Their experiences before they get to know it, especially as parents, if we're not teaching them, is going to be crazy before they get to know themselves, some of the things and possibilities that they can go through in this modern day society. So again, all I can say and stress to people that if you have kids, you know, you need to spend some time with them. And ultimately, your children are always going to make their own decisions. But my thing is, I just want to be in a position where anything that my kids want to do, they can do, but they can never say that they don't know what I expect from them and what the routine and rules and morals were in the house growing up. So if they want to turn into, you know, crack smoking madmen when they're older, cool. But you know what I think of that. You know what I would, you know, if you're in any situation, you know, you can see my face immediately and you know what my answer would be in that situation. And that's the best I think any parent can do. And obviously, if that's laced with love and good experiences, then they're going to think about you more, and they're going to think about what you would like more for them. And hopefully it would resonate more. But it's
One thing
crazy,
I would
you know, when
add,
you're talking about what our kids will experience. Go to, brother.
yeah, one thing I would add is like something that I recently um realized, especially with our people. There's this thing or that word that's called vicariously, right? A lot of our parents and a lot of our generation now, we try to live vicarious through them. There's this thing that I started noticing, especially with the heart, is that a lot of folks don't realize that up until a certain point in your life, when you start to realize and get conscious, there's a certain thing that we all hold and suppress way deep down inside. When trying to reach that place, it always refers to a certain particular time in a person's life. And then once you start to reflect on a lot of things that's going on within your family, and they'll call it like a curse in a sense. There's that thing where they say the sins of the father fall on the son, the sins of the mother fall on the daughter. When a person's able to realize that aspect within their life, especially with these children today, because a lot, as you said, Brother Richie, they're all growing up within this virtual world. And with us, in a sense, especially those who are, in a sense, somewhat conscious or not conscious, they allow their television, their laptops, their any type of device to be that parent instead of actually going to their own child and being the parent that they're supposed to be. So as these kids are growing up, they're going to be not necessarily cold-hearted like a computer, but damn near like one. So if a person is able to break that generational curse that's not just within their child but within them, they'll be able to press on and they know what their purpose will be. Come on, my man. It's not that hard. I apologize. This dude was literally just sitting here. Sitting here.
Running on the road, man.
I'm about to, I got a van, he got a little car. But I apologize.
No, I feel you, brother. I hear you. And let me say this: the social media as well, as nice as it is, and it helps us to do streams like this and get word out. It's there to dissipate energy from the real world. So when, you know, like you were saying, sister, we need to come together. We need to have certain disciplines. Like Lloyd was reminding us, when they boycotted the buses, that took discipline. People had to walk to work. They had to stay on code. They had to make that happen. Today, this is where social media comes into it, because we'll see a shooting, we'll see some madness happen, and everybody shares and you know, likes and writes a comment, and now that's where you feel like your energy is being put, and it's and now that initial disgust that you had when you saw whatever you saw has now been quelled, and you feel like you've done your bit, and that energy that should have gone into you hitting the streets, to boycotting someone, to doing some real world action, has now gone off into this digital world, where your energy now has been, as I said, gets drained off, because it's real like that. Ambient energy can be measured. It can be used as real-time energy to power other actions and maneuvers of people. And that's what I think our people need to realize, the power of that. That's why when I hear people say boycott this and we shouldn't buy that, I tell people, listen, if a million black people could stay off of Facebook for one day, do that. Like, don't post the blackout screen, don't post anything, stay off of it for a week. Yeah, in this day and age, I think that would make more waves than supposedly trying to boycott businesses of certain types, because most of the time, again, we're not on code enough to understand, listen, regardless of me using this bus service for me to get to work, I understand the need for us all to not use that. We're not there yet. I don't see that. But when I look at the social media, that's something that should be, quote unquote, something you should be able to give up. But again, there's a drug factor to that. So it's hard for people to give it up. You understand? But to me, when people talk about modern day boycotts, do that. Come off of social media. No one uses their Instagram. No one uses their Facebook. Let's see what happens. Let's see who notices that. Because again, if we are hip to the game, you know, the government owns Facebook. Yeah, in every country, the same way they regulate YouTube, WhatsApp, all of that. It's all owned by the same umbrella. You know what I'm saying? So again, if we as a people want to get noticed, is those forms, I think, certain times that we need to collectively boycott. And I think that we might get more results, or at least open the discussion more, where people are saying, whoa, where's all them people gone? You know what I'm saying? The same way as if we took our money away from certain companies on a mass, same thing. Whoa, what's going on? We need these people, because remember, they see us first and foremost, and this is everybody, 99% of the planet, as consumers. And I don't think we understand enough of that, or really take that on board, that if you just stop consuming, that's a problem for them, because then their eat goes away. You know what I'm saying? This is why they make it illegal to live off the grid. They make it harder for you to grow food and be more self-sufficient, because they know once you do that, you're no longer reliant on them, and now you become a free thinker. Now you start to problem solve in different ways. That again, we're moving into an era where the government, to me, in every country, wants you to be more reliant upon them. They would rather give you a stimulus check, but with strings attached, than have you independently growing your wealth, or growing your wealth in the community. Even worse than an individual growing wealth. If you're trying to creatively and bring a collective together, that's where the problem really comes. But I think, as I said, modern day times, we need to boycott social media. That's my thoughts on that. If we want to get an initial, you know, oh, what's going on over there kind of thing.
Yeah, here's my take on that too. Go ahead, sister.
I said that was well said, brother. You know, take the TVs, take the phones away, take all these away. Go back to the radio days, you know, when you couldn't really get see TV, or go back to the days where your TV was black and white and they go out. You know, let's go back to those days. Because for me, I was homeschooled to the 7th grade, and actually I went to a private school after the 7th grade, but I placed in the 9th grade. But mom put me back in the 7th grade. So I'm at home now teaching my daughter as well too. I have a son too, but he's doing an online thing with his school that he's already in, but I still teach him too. So going back to homeschooling our kids, because I got more knowledge being homeschooled than I did inside even the private school. So
Right.
take away that, you take away they can use that time for something else, like reading a book. Do you know how to write? Look up this definition, look up this word. If you don't know it, write it down. That's what I tell my son. Don't know it, write it down. And you know, like you said, we are the biggest consumers when it comes to cars, money, jewelry, and all these things. We're the big consumers when it comes to money. We spend our money on material things, not even investing in yourself. Like, how can I get rid of all this stress? Or how can I get rid of something that doesn't belong to me? How can I look myself in the mirror and say, look, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going to make that change today. I'm not going to eat this sweet or this candy or whatever. You got to really start being obedient to yourself, because the more you are obedient to yourself, then things will go by a little more faster. So we just need to really just start doing things for self and doing things a little bit more different. And the electronics is really overpowering our people. Back then, it was hard to find a killer. It was hard to find those people, the bad guys. Now it's so easy. You just post all your beef on the media now. So, and that's crazy. Now you're easy to locate, because all the internet is data information.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yes, greetings as we have new people in the house. Brother E, are you there?
Yeah, big up, man. Happy birthday, bro.
Yes, blessings.
Big up to the family as well.
As everyone that comes into the house, we always ask them the one question: what does black family mean to you?
Everything, man. It's the only way. It's the only way.
The only way. Okay. And Nikima, we've missed you. Where have you been? Introduce yourself and tell us, what does black family mean to you?
Well, greetings. First of all, happy Airstrong, Terry. I'm blessed to know you, so thank you. Give thanks. I am Nikima, cognitive behavioral therapist by trade. What does black family mean to me? Like the brother just said, everything. The way I am, the way I talk. It's a foundation for my future and my legacy. So.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt.
Yes.
No.
So, Brother Rich, we was talking about the factors of trauma, and you know, and I was just about to ask Nikima, you know, in forms of trauma of past and present, how do you feel about what's going on in this and within the situation of this pandemic?
Oh goodness, there's so much. Where do I start? Psychological trauma. So, goodness me. Where do I start? I mean, I would encourage therapy for people, even though they don't think they might need it. Because sometimes these traumas are so subtle, we don't even realize. Like, watching a clip by one of these famous actresses, I can't remember, in America, but she's talking about how narcissism is actually part of PTSD, and it comes from that, and it comes from a survival technique that we've had to have around us and in our community, in the black community. That narcissistic trait is a bit more apparent, or because I'm in the community, I see it more. So there's so much different facets to trauma. Trauma can look like many different things for different people. So some people just associate with nightmares, reliving certain things that they've been through. But actually, OCD can be part of trauma, traumatic experiences. Anger can be part of that as well. Anxieties, stresses, the way we cope with day-to-day stresses that we did compared to when we didn't experience trauma or before the trauma. I hope that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Nah,
Yeah.
you didn't make no sense, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
I love you, Richie, man.
You cool. How you doing?
Yeah.
I haven't seen you for a hot minute. You been away?
There's so much. Okay. There's so much I've been doing in the background. Part of the sacred program as well, which I will get into. Yeah. So yeah, part of that, which is phenomenal.
Okay.
I've got a few big projects happening, and I'm trying to get as much clientele with that business. So I'm self-employed with my therapy, and now I'm also a qualified PSer, body PS, which is an ancient African tradition practice that started there. We want to
Okay.
kind of go back and take it back on, me and my business partner. So yeah, there's so many things I've been doing in the background. It's unreal. I've been missing you too, guys, man.
That's all. Well, you look well. You look fresh. Whatever you've been doing, get me.
Turkey.
So
That's a bit of turkey, son. I went out to Turkey.
Yeah, I see. I didn't want to put your business out there. I see the pictures on Instagram, so and when I blow you up and say, "I see you in the sun, man, looking good and fresh."
No, wrong. What you mean? Big up your sister. What happened to you?
All right then. No. That's all. But yeah, I see you away. I see some nice shots and you in the sun, and so that must have been nice after this little sit down and lockdown going on here.
It was magical. Magical.
So tell me, what's your take on the politics side? You and Brother E, the two of yous, you know, because we've been speaking already a bit about the politics in America and you know the voting system, and what's your take on all that foolishness there?
That's a good question, and I think you said a good point. It's a bit of a. I know that the US polling system is quite different to how we would have it here. The people that are running for these positions of presidency don't necessarily have the Black family in mind. So it's very difficult. On one sense, it's going to affect the Black family big time. On another sense, they don't necessarily have anything that's going to support or push for that solidarity to happen, which I'm not expecting that to happen either. So yeah, that's my thought on the US. I don't have much to say. I don't really think it's quite stressful watching it. So I try not to engage too much with US politics, even though it's very important. But yeah, I feel like it's a game. It's a game that they play. And dancing and singing the best tune or whatever it is that they have to do to pass the next test to pass go. They're doing it, but they haven't got the people's best interest, and they never did. So, and it's similarly in the UK from my perspective. The people that are running for prime minister or running for leadership positions, they don't have our best interest at heart. The only guy that I've known in the last few years is Corbyn. Obviously, he has his faults as well, but yeah, that's politics, man. Gosh.
It's a joke business. Brother E, you there?
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on all the politics situation? You think it will make a difference for us as a people, or you think we're way past that?
Boy, for me personally, I don't believe in politics. Like, I feel it's something that you need to believe in, because like it's not really factual, innit? Man can't really see all of the votes. I just don't trust it, innit? It's like, it's systemic, the problems. So I'm not gonna expect the system to allow me to vote my way out of it. Like, it just don't make sense to me.
No doubt. I think the same thing. Definitely, it just doesn't make sense. And again, as we talked about earlier, I think with the current backdrop of racism and madness that's going on the roads, you know, for them to offer two candidates like that to the people, they're playing with your mind. You hear me? They are playing with your mind state.
Yeah,
like to get
feel
you
like
to
a
engage.
democracy, does it?
Well, again, it's as you said, that the American system is very different. They're doing all sorts. But to offer you two candidates like that in this current backdrop of racism and all sorts, to me, as I said, is just an extra slap in the face. And, you know, in amongst that, there's supposed to be a sensible conversation waiting to happen about reparations somehow, which again, to me, is a joke. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know how you guys feel. I'll ask you this. Oh, Ram, did you want to say something, brother?
Nah, I was just gonna piggyback on what you were saying about the
Yeah,
whole
yeah,
vote.
go you, brother, before I go somewhere else. Yeah, say what you was going to say, brother.
So, like for myself, what made me realize about their system was during the first term of President Obama, right? So the first term I didn't vote because I wasn't into that. I wasn't really watching TV and things of that sort. However, that second term, I don't know what it was that was in me, but I was just so proud to be like, oh yeah, let me vote for this guy again. Granted, I knew he was going to be the next president again, all because of the stars or whatnot, but that's another topic. But to see how that went down, and to see how in his second term, it was just a whole bunch of craziness. Like you're still trying to fight this war against so-called terrorism, and and my understanding with terrorism, in a sense, is just more so it's coded for. Oh, we need to take as much different resources, so we don't have to literally work on our own. Because in here in America, it's like they had shut down all these jobs. But at the same time, they gave a lot of jobs and they gave a lot of our people opportunity to start our own businesses. But a lot of people didn't capitalize on it. Then, we get this dude in the office now, and it's just like, as the sister said, it's just like, it's literally a joke. Like, the whole system that they have is a joke. And then it's how I seen, like, just back in their history, like, just dealing with Rome, in a sense, even though we should know Rome is still in power. But when it comes to their civilization and their ways, it was crumbling before their eyes. And it's the same thing that's happened here in America. Our whole system, our whole democracy, or whatever you want to call it, is crumbling before our eyes. They put that virus out there in other aspects of things, and like they allow all these shootings in the school, and it's like for us to be so technologically advanced in a sense, they should know when all these things are happening, but they choose to allow these things to happen. And if, to my understanding, I feel like, and that's a conspiracy theorist thing, that they're doing it on purpose. You know where all these organizations are at. You know who is for the people, who is not for the people. But yet, you're putting all these little pieces in place, like a chess move in a sense, and they're just always kinging, or they're always checking, or they're always cornering with their rooks in a sense, right? And then we're over here just sitting there playing checkers, trying to just skip spots, skip spots, skip spots, instead of sitting there playing them at their own game. And that's all I have to say on that one, though.
No, facts, brother. I hear you totally. I hear you totally. Playing with our mind states in an already unstable situation. Um, yeah, it's an interesting time, definitely. For those that don't know and who are joining us, we're here first of all to celebrate Mr. Riggs' birthday. So big up to him and his fat head. You get me, doing the works on the road, running up and down, getting into people's business, asking the key questions for the community. That's Mr. Riggs, yeah. We've been working together for a hot minute. Little time after, tell you a little inception story of me and Mr. Riggs, yeah, and Black Eyes TV. A little time after I started Black Eyes TV, I started filming in the community, done a couple bits. Mr. Riggs, I believe, didn't you know my brother first? You spoke to my brother first in a WhatsApp group.
I knew your brother
Something.
from
That's yeah, me, and then gone.
No, yeah, that's what I was saying to you. I was introduced to your brother.
Right. And then Riggsy reached out to me to cover an event. Jehuti Matra, a few people on Urban Kryptonite. It's a documentary about diseases and illnesses that we go through nowadays that we didn't used to suffer. And Riggsy called me and said, yeah, do you want to come along, cover this event with me? We met, I covered the event. What can I say? The rest is history. You get me? Our
Bromance.
purposes were aligned, and Riggsy was on the case, forever lining up shows and people and running up and down and doing the thing. So yeah, big up to Riggsy, big up to all the works that he tries to do, that he has done, and that he will do. You understand?
Well, we got a DJ coming. We got a DJ coming in. He's just doing a couple bits and pieces. He's coming in a bit later. Yeah.
All right.
But we've got a special guest, another special guest in the house, Mr. Professor Ponsu. Oh, he's dropped out once again. What happened? Oh, he's supposed to come into the house, but he'll be back. And we've got a few more people coming in. Sometimes it's to take us out of our normal zone and to able to push the narrative out there, because with this lockdown, we're not going to let that stop us from doing what we need to do. So we still need to have these conversations. We still need to focus on the narrative, and we still need to unify in some form or some way. But there's certain lots of obstacles, as you know, in life. There's always going to be obstacles. You can't avoid them, because without obstacles, how do you learn?
That's it.
You have to make mistakes, and you learn from your mistakes to moving forward. But by just sitting down and doing nothing, it's just time that you could have used to doing something. A lot of people say that 2020 is a washout, but you know what? I feel that we've still achieved many things so far, so it's just trying to push that narrative, trying to work as a collective, and then pushing that narrative as much as we can, so as I say, Black Eye TV is for the people, and it is about the people. And one thing I want to say about Black Eye TV, we're always looking to find new ways of pushing. So we want to make a whole heap of different types of pilots. We've got the International Sister Circle, we've got Total Exposure. We're looking for more platforms to create. So whether it deals with Black family first, whether it deals with trauma, whether it deals with health, whether it deals with economics, whether it deals with all types of business, creating institutions, because it's about building. And if we don't start talking to build, what's the point in doing anything? But this station is for the people, by the people. So we're always asking for anyone who feels that they want to do a platform, or they feel that they can create something. It could just be simple products. It could be simple, just saying, oh, I'm making some forms of slippers, or some clothes wear, or I do art, or I make music, all different types, because there's so many different schools of thought. So this is a platform to actually push the narrative forward. And the more we can grow, and then we can develop and have our own platforms, because that is the main goal. Not to be dependent on others, but to able to be self-sufficient for itself. So we're looking for many people. And, like as I said, when Brother Consul comes, we'll be talking about, the manhood academies and all the different types of academies and rites of passages, because first most we have to educate our children, so that we give our children something to go by. And not only that, if we create a legacy and we teach our children from young, they're ready to put themselves into that legacy and take that even further than what we have done. But at least we've created some form of foundation, so yes. Richie.
Sorry, I was just reading the text. What are we gonna do now? Yeah, right. We're waiting for Konsu. He's talking about politics, relationships. Yeah.
What do you think about them? Interesting relationships. That's a very interesting topic.
Girl are moving mad, and man are moving whatless. Yeah, that's the general status, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Doesn't that fall to what we've been taught, or what we have learned.
Well, you see what's funny? Let me say it like this, yeah. Let's just bring it sensible for a second. I'll ask the Kima to comment on this because she's a therapist. So she tell me what you think of this. I think more people today are connecting and coming together based on their traumas rather than positive common ground attributes. I think those days of you saying, yeah, I like this person because they're like this, and it's a positive, are kind of obscure now, where people are coming together more, what I'm finding or I'm seeing, based on the fact that we've both got a beating from when we was 5 to 10. So based on that and whatever the subsequent actions that it makes us like now, we both shout, we're both prone to outbursts and craziness, but because we both understand we got beaten at 5, we love each other. Yeah, we should be together. Like, I'm seeing a lot of that coupling through trauma. What do you think?
I don't know, that's subjective, I think, to the area. There's so much different variables, like socioeconomic background may be a factor as well, and where you grew up and people around you. But my question when you was talking is, where did you learn to be in a relationship? Where did you learn to be in a successful relationship, if that makes sense? Usually it's kind of like your parents or caregivers or older adults when you're growing up. What examples were they? Also, it comes down to the person, how you view the world, how you view yourself, how you view others, according to how you were treated when you were younger as well. So there's so many different unpicking that I'd have to do. But for me, when it comes to relationships and speaking to people I work with about their relationships, partnerships, shall I say, when they're in relationships. So it's mainly about understanding or misunderstanding that person or themselves. It's about sorry, I just lost my train of thought a second. So what is the reasons we have gains, what we want to have when we're in a relationship? We go there to be in a relationship, find love, find that connection, have children. You know what I mean? For me, it's about communication, gains, and values. Are they the same? Are they similar? Are they on the same wavelength? Do they understand you? Do you understand them? There's so many different things. So many.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, because one thing that I've been noticing, because I do astrology in a sense, and it's like I notice there's a whole bunch of things that's tying into when it comes to that trauma of dealing with relationships, because a lot of people go into relationships, and some of them who know about zodiacs or things of that nature, they love to find out who's compatible, who's equally yoked with them. But then there's this thing that I started noticing even more, where they talk about your true node and your south node and stuff like that. So to give an example, like myself, the one thing that I learned about myself is my issue when it comes to dealing with relationship is because I want to be a woman pleaser. And then when I say that, meaning that whoever I'm with, my mind is set to, I gotta be the best man, I gotta be the best lover, I gotta do this, this, and that. But then there's a side of me that's like, as soon as you break one of my taboos, I'm going to be that person who's going to be held to you. And that's something that a lot of our brothers and sisters do to each other. Hence why a lot of relationships that we come into um, start off very good, but then it ends very bad, all type of forms. And then you start to find out little things about this person, and if they got like addictions or things of that nature, and that's a big factor. So one thing I started noticing is that hurt people attract hurt people, and then people who have that control problem are the main ones who do all the hurting, because they're hurting so much inside that they don't know any other way to do it, because they either seen it from their childhood, as the sister said, or they seen it from all different aspects of life. Most of it is due to music videos now today in a sense, and then like my generation, granted we was the how you say the what's the right word to put it? Uh, we was the freaknik generation. I could put it like that. So with us growing up and we started having kids at an early age, and then it's just like bringing on more trauma into the household, and then from that trauma, it affects a person's relationship, it affects a woman's ability to trust, because they have that ability that most men don't understand with them. Is that one thing that I learned so far is that women have this power where they can only love one person. Whoever they're dealing with, they can only love one person. When it comes to men, we still haven't got it into our heads that we have this capability of loving one or more women, in sense, at the same level as we would love just one. But then there's that thing within ourselves that we try to think that, oh, this is not me, that's not me. But then all of a sudden you end up in a love triangle and you're not being true to yourself. So when dealing from relationship aspect, when I've been looking into astrology, that's something that a lot of our people specifically need to work on when it comes to dealing with relationships.
No
Yeah.
doubt.
But when I think about it, when we talk about relationships, in forms of man and woman, but it's the same format of relationships in the workplace, and we have this. We seem to come to the same in our workplace, or different types of different formats, but that simple relationship. Do we really have an understanding of it, Brother Rich?
Well, listen. Again, you gotta go back to the basics. It's how you meet someone, that whole courting period, how you get to know them, what questions do you ask of them. These are the key elements in it. If you're really trying to have something long lasting, that you need to be asking to avoid sticky situations. That most of the time we don't. That's the problem is sex is the introductory, is the handshake now. Sex is the dating. So,
But
you can learn a lot from somebody doing it that way, but you're more open to a lot more misconstrued situations that are going to lead to you, getting involved in situations that you're going to realize you don't know anything about this person. You
but then,
understand? If that's how you start off a lot of
but
the time.
then, but don't you find that, like, in certain ways, our parents actually throw us into the wilderness and we investigate for ourselves?
Well, again, look, as we said earlier, look, I try and tell my kids whatever, but they're going to ultimately make their own decisions. All you can do as a parent is try to instill in them what you want for them and what you would like them to do. Obviously, while they're under your care, you have your rules and regulations, but ultimately, when your kids go out into the world, they're going to do whatever they're going to do. You can only hope that they're going to remember exactly what you would want them to do, so at least they know what it is they're doing, innit? Because that's all I strive to do, is just make sure that my sons, they know, if they want us to go out for a laugh, smoke crack, they know how I feel about that. They know what to expect my face to be like and what my statements to them is going to be. So as a parent, that's all you can really do, is lay a foundation and obviously try to lead for example. But if you don't speak to them, then they're ultimately going to find out one way or the other. Because as
Yeah,
children, as we're all on this panel, we all went out and discovered at some point in time. Yeah.
but wouldn't you prefer to have like a guideline from your parents in giving us a bit more information and more of an understanding than me just going out there and trying to experiment for myself? Because I feel
You
that,
do,
okay,
but
we give the surface, but we never actually teach our children the nitty gritty.
No, we
But I
don't,
was
and we really should.
Greetings.
That's it.
Consu,
Greetings.
Well,
brother. Greetings.
I have a question.
Yes.
This is the great Mr. Riggs's Earth Strong. You guys are talking some intensity. Yeah, you know, with relationships, it needs to be metaphysical. Why? Listen.
Don't worry, the DJ is
Good
coming. We're
question.
gonna lighten the mood. We're gonna party soon.
I thought I'd be in some high life and, you know, some
You know what I mean? Virtual niceness.
We're talking about truths. We're not
okay.
That's
First of all, I have a homage. I have a homage for Mr. Riggs. Now, when I see Mr. Riggs, right?
Yeah, go on.
I think Mr. Riggs should be like a Hollywood voiceover. He should be like the king. He should be the voice of African kings and gods in Hollywood.
Come on.
You know what I mean? He did the Lion King remake. He'd be like, I have arrived. Yeah. He's got the Orishu voice. You were built for media, brother. I'm just saying.
I agree.
I'm just saying.
But in saying that, you know what it is that I'm trying to bring to us as a conversation as a family should have, and the kind of conversations that would you'll find that families always sweep under the carpet. Oh, go to your room. You're not. This is not for you, and these kind of things. And I want and for us to able to have a proper bond is for us to actually be opened. So this is the reason why I said we just say what we feel that comes from our minds.
Yeah, being your authentic self.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but Princess Queen Nakima, greetings.
Greetings, brother. I'm honored to be in your presence.
All I gotta say is, what is it again? Vegan Guinness Punch. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying. That's all I'm saying. Yes.
Mr. Konsu.
Yes.
Before I even ask any question, as everyone that comes onto the panel, I ask the one question.
Yeah.
What Black family mean to you?
Black. Well, I quote Dr. Llaila Afrika. The African family is the highest technology.
Ooh-wee.
The African family is the highest technology. The African family built great monoliths around the world. Great civilizations cannot be created without a synergized family, whether that be royalty and monarchy, building up the community and the city and a nation, all stems from family. The African family is the highest technology.
I see.
So, you know, in your intense work that you've done through the Manhood Academy, through your work that you do, your 9 to 5 and things like that, with children and adults, where do you feel that, like, as we're going through this pandemic, where do you feel our children are going right now?
Our children are going where we guide them. But remember, we are in a whole different ball game in terms of Generation Z, as it's called, and it's almost biblical. You know, when they say the child will turn against the father. You know, all this kind of biblical narrative, ancient Latin language. But yeah, our youths are like, don't trust adults. Not all of them, especially the road youths. They're like, I trust you, my brother, and you, my brother. I ain't trusting. Look, we're on code, yeah. So we're in a different. We have to gain the trust of our young people again, you know, because they feel that our generation has failed them, and we don't. We may not understand them, but we cannot judge them. So if the young people I work with, even though what they're talking about just sounds like absolute nonsense, I have to submerge myself in their world and not be judgmental, and that gains trust. And after trust, you can instill. You just uppercut that wisdom. You know, you just ease in the wisdom and the knowledge. But first of all, you have to gain a trust. You know. So yeah.
Hey, let me tell you something quickly to that. It's a funny story. What made me decide to homeschool my youth? I deregistered him, went to the school for a meeting with the head teacher. I'm explaining why I want to homeschool my son. They're listening. The head teacher turns to my son, asks him a few questions, how does he feel about it, whatever. My son says his words like, yeah, I've talked with my dad. I don't think I'm going to miss out on too much. All my friends still live in the area. I'm good with it. The teacher turns to him, the head teacher turns to him and says, oh, it's so cute that you trust your dad. Yeah. But we would love to know, what you really think. So in regards to that statement that you're saying that the young people don't trust parents and adults, it's funny when I'm looking at schools and I was listening to that head teacher talk and the way she condescendingly turned to my son and, so quickly rubbished that statement that he trusts his dad, which should be second nature, and wanted to second guess that.
Yeah.
Trust me, they're eroding that. That's something like a lot of parents need to be aware of.
Well, that's
where
a
you have to be on top.
That's a G check moment. That's a G check moment. That's the moment when you say, hold, before we continue speaking, hold on. What was that you said? Okay, son, you're bringing your son into this conversation and you're correcting the incorrectness of that statement in front of your son.
Had to. And luckily, as I said, it was a registration meeting. If it was any other kind of meeting, it would have been a lot worse. The fact that I was taking him out, as I said, it was the nail in the coffin for me. If I was ever unsure, that, as I said, confirmed for me what it was and the general attitude in which they see our children, and obviously how they will easily take control of your child if you don't micromanage the schools, because again, homeschooling isn't for everyone and whatever, but even if your child is in school, if you don't micromanage that situation, that's the kind of attitude they're pumping into them, to be independent but with their guidance rather than even yours.
Yep.
Yes. So yeah, Konsu, in the things that you do personally, give us a little description of what Professor Konsu is about.
That's a loaded question. Let's start.
Because this is a platform for everyone to get to know everyone. So we want to know, who is Professor Konsu?
Okay. Who's Professor Konsu? Well, I have distinguished my purpose. And that is in my book, Sacred Man, that is the journey of every man and every woman. But yeah, I've just defined my purpose. My purpose is guiding the next generation. And how did that start? It's an interesting story. It's a spiritual story. I went on a 10-day meditation years ago. And in that meditation, I kept on seeing this image flash by in my dreams, in my meditations. It was the image of, if you remember Jazzy B. You remember Jazzy B, Soul to Soul?
Yeah.
You remember that icon with the glasses and the locks? You remember that?
Yeah.
That iconic image. It kept on flashing. I'm like, why is this? Yeah. So when I finished this retreat and I went back into the world, just cleared out, cleared out my being. I came across my beloved brother Pablo of Origin Rites of Passage. He was also director of Black Cultural Archives. So he said to me that he's got a program. It's a Rites of Passage program. I said, I've always been interested in Rites of Passage. He goes, come down, man. Come down to the center in South London. Come. So I arrive at the center. This is weeks after my meditation. And blam, what do I see? Like maybe 12 feet tall, a big mural on the wall. What image do I see?
Jazzy B.
Come on. So how there is a knowledge we cannot eat, as they say in African tradition. I can't explain that, but it's just a message saying this is where you're supposed to be, and that began my journey into guiding the next generation via origin, rites of passage, and what I do now. I do it in high schools as well. So yeah, it's just destiny, you know. But it's important to define your purpose. You know, I know, Sister Nakima, I know your purpose is in the realm of psychotherapeutic healing. You know, I know Brother Rich and Brother Terry, amongst many other things, your purpose is media, communication to the community. And yeah, we all have a star signature as to why we're here. And yeah, once once I found our purpose, I ran with it, boy. I'm like, I got this pattern now. But that's the short of it.
Yeah. But, Brother Rich, he's gone on his walk.
Yo, I'm here. Go on.
Yeah.
What do you want to say?
If there was a question that you would ask, Brother Konsu, what would be the question that you would ask him?
Why do you need a slap?
It's cool.
That'll just be funny. We always have fun here. That's it. What would I want to ask Konsu? Well, for those who don't know,
goofing around with these brothers, you know, they're so funny.
That's all. We have to run, Joe. If you can't laugh at it, you're gonna lose it. Trust me. Know that. Yeah, if you can't make two joke and smile, it's a wrap for you. I'll tell you that right now. You might as well jump off the top block. But yeah, you see, when you was for those who don't know about Konsu, he was a performer back in the days.
Oh,
MC,
why?
Dancer. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you ever write anything nowadays? Because I'm noticing an overwhelming amount of people in the community, you know, making music, expressing themselves in that way. Do you still write any music, or do you just take off your top and break dance in front of the mirror still?
Yeah, I mean, back in I don't know. I've lived many lives. So one of my earlier lives was I was part of one of the first rap groups when you had groups back then to be signed. We were signed to Def Jam Management, you know, London Rhyme Syndicate, and yeah, I was a battle MC, man. You know, yeah. If I just reminisce, but yeah, that's who I was. London Rhyme Syndicate, big up London Rhyme Syndicate. But now I still rhyme and I still rap, I still perform in it. It's still a stage. So from performing on big stages, I'm still speaking to masses of people and I'm still spitting bars. It's just in the form of knowledge, you know. So it's pretty much the same thing.
You never write a poem here or there or little sonnet.
The poems have been the poems have become books.
The bars. No doubt. Yeah, well, for those people that don't know, again, Konsu, 2 books, right? Name those books. What are they about?
Sacred Man, From Boyhood to Manhood to Divine Masculine, which is about conscious masculinity. And the metaphysical enigma of Don Columinati, Tupac, the Black Panthers, and Star Wars. Get them on Amazon.
And you've done a series of podcasts. I know you still got some lectures that you got to release. You've done the Afrofuturism, which people can find on Black Eyes TV. You've done the Olympics 2012 breakdown. You've done the Mary sequel.
Yeah.
Breakdown. But I know you got a couple more. We talked about a couple more that you've got to come. So
yeah, Melanin Magic, Black Panther. I got a tray load. I got a whole library of stuff. So I guess we're locking down now. So maybe we can go into another one on Black Eyes TV. You know.
Yeah, well, for those that don't know, again, Black Eyes TV received a strike. That's where we're on Black Eyes TV X2. We're trying to grow up this channel. Obviously, we're using it to do live streams. Some of the stuff we will upload onto the normal Black Eyes TV channel. But that's why we find ourselves over here. And that's why the majority of our people, you know, we're sharing it out and trying to get the word out that we're back over here. And we haven't gone quite intentionally. As I said, I myself have been busy with family and other bits. Riggsy's still been putting out footage and doing bits. But as far as the live streaming go, it looks like we'll be out on Black Eyes TV 7 till the end of the year.
Okay.
So, you know, hold tight, watch the space. There will still be footage and other interviews and stuff going up on the normal channel, but yeah, they just tried to disrupt the flow. But I think after 5 years, we've had a good run without any sort of strikes or any foolishness. And to me, it just, you know, it goes with the times. A lot of people are getting unnecessarily striked and demonetized and all sorts. So I don't really watch it.
Algorithm bots. They got the algorithm bots doing their work out there, like the sentinels in the Matrix. So yeah, isn't the chemo gun?
Yes, we've got another brother in the house. We've got another brother in the house.
You know,
we've got another brother in the house.
People are getting
we've got
unnecessarily striked and demonetized and all sorts. So hold on, why am I hearing myself?
Algorithm bots. They got the algorithm bots doing their work out there, like the sentinels in the Matrix. Oh, Reg might have his volume on.
Yes, we've got another brother in the house. Reg, turn your YouTube off.
What's up? What's going on, King?
Turn your other YouTube off.
Demonetized.
Look at you.
Hold on, why am I hearing myself? Algorithm bots. They got the algorithm bots doing their work out there, like the sentinels. Oh, Reg might have his volume on.
Yes, we've got another brother in the house. Reg, turn the volume of your YouTube off.
My bad. What's that?
Yes.
Reg might have his volume on.
You've got another page on.
Yo.
Yes. Well, Reg. We're waiting for Reg to sort out. He's got more than one page. Are you back?
Sorry. I'm back. Sorry about that. I had two playing at the same time.
That shows you how busy you are. Yes. In the house, blessing his presence. You know, we want to know, as you're a newcomer onto the panel, I would like to ask you, what does Black family mean to you, Reg?
Black family. You know, I feel that family is a very, very important, you know, structure to have. I come from a business background, and what I see, you know, communication as being important. I see progression as being important. I see, you know, there's so many things. Like, for instance, in your Maslow hierarchy of needs, you've got so many things: your self-esteem, your physiological needs, your transcendence, your self-actualization. So I feel that that family should actually take on these principles as well, because in a family, you're supposed to be able to grow. You're supposed to, you know, be able to progress. You know, it comes from the word familiar. That's kind of like what it means. It means to be familiar, to be able to, you know, to care, to love, you know what I mean, to share, and things like that, to be able to perform, to be able to, like I said, to progress, and pretty much everything like that. You know, family is about communication. Family is about, you know, cooperation. It's about coordination. It's about, you know, and all the other C's as well, and everything. Yeah, I think that's what it's really, really about. Naturally, you won't find, you may not you know, be able to experience these things in your own biological family, but there's also, you know, extended families that you can have as well. You know, people that you know, meet up later on in life or anything along those lines. And as long as you can actually, you know, be able to express those core values, to, you know, to feel complete within a setting, that's what I feel that family is. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that answers my question in a nutshell.
Yeah.
But Reg, I want you to the public to tell me, who is Reg?
Okay, Reg. Reg. Wow, where do I start? That's a very, very open question. At this current point in time, who am I? I try to be a stand for integrity. I'm a business consultant by profession. I'm a father of, you know, 2 wonderful boys, 15 and 18. I'm engaged. My fiance is coming very, very soon. I'm very, very community focused as well. There's the profit making side of business, but there's also the community side as well. I'm someone who has got involved in recruitment and induction of males within organizations like the 100 Black Men of London, and I'm currently doing the exact same thing with Manhood Academy. In terms of you know, challenges that I've been through in life, I've struggled to you know, display my masculine attributes as a result of not growing up with a father in my home. So I know the challenges that come with that. So therefore, I've grown up with this thing in my mind to, you know, help as many males to actually be able to transition, you know, through their growth phases in life. I've got a coaching background. I'm a sales. I got sales experience, and once again, business development experience. I feel that one of the greatest things that we can achieve is to be able to build systems and build businesses that we're able to sell, you know what I mean, for profit, to be able to, you know, get that level of financial empowerment as well. So that's ideally basically what I stand for in that sense. Hope that's clear.
That's very interesting, you know, you saying, because we're going through a pandemic and a lot of people are losing jobs, and there's a lot of redundancies, and something that you do in forms of that sales, because that is something vital that could be used in the form of what we call the like on the internet, like in forms of drop shipping or any form of business, and having that skill in form of sales, because it's not just even selling a product, it's selling a service or selling something that can help others in its perspective. So I just want you to give kind of an idea on sales.
Say that again. What's your question?
I would like you to give us something, a perspective of sales, of especially sales training in what you do. Give us an outlook of it.
Okay, well, first of all, my belief is that everybody's a salesperson. Do you see what I mean? Because everybody's trying to project a message onto another person in one way or another. One of the things that I've learned to do is to understand people's different learning styles. And I tend to find that there's always a blockage in communication because maybe you're talking to a person in a language that they don't understand. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with the VAC model, which stands for visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. This is something that I've not only taught within a business context, but also within a personal development context as well. We're talking about it's been used as a way of being able to help individuals within relationships of any sort, whether it's mother-son, father-son, or, you know, even in relationships, romantic relationships, to be able to communicate effectively. And this is why I sort of like bang on about communication. Now, once again, there's 2 types of salespeople. Once again, in my opinion, there's the accidental salesperson who hasn't quite mastered the process of selling, but does so accidentally, you know, and they're just like, you know, they sold something like, what, you know, kind of thing, basically. Then there's the refined salesman who invests in training and develops themselves. Now, if you were to ask me what qualities that a salesperson has, I would say that they need to have the level of persistence. They need to be a competent objection handler, and they have to be the kind of individual that's not afraid of going after the no's. Yeah, so they go after the no's. They don't go after the yeses. They go after the no's, because you have to receive a certain level of rejection to be able to close that deal. So it's all of these kind of things. So it's a matter of conditioning your average business person to be able to look at sales in that context. And what I mean by that is you've got many business owners or entrepreneurs who will go and hire a salesperson without understanding what a salesperson actually does. So they spend a lot of money and they waste a lot of money because someone's basically said, oh, I can do this and I could do that and all that stuff. So they don't really know what they're hiring. Now, part of the training as well is to give them the basic understanding of what sales is, so that they can actually employ a salesperson and basically get that person to perform and, to be able to help them to achieve figures. Because the bottom line is they need to sell more products, because sales is the transactional aspect of a business, isn't it? If there's no selling, taking place, then the reality is you're not bringing in any turnover. Mm-hmm. So, and you'll be surprised how many businesses actually, they do everything else. They spend on marketing, they spend on development, they spend on all kinds of things within the business, which is an expense, but they don't focus enough on the sales function of the business, which is geared towards closing business and bringing money into the organization as well. You'll be surprised how many people have done that. I've written so many business plans as a business consultant. I've written so many business plans. And, when you talk about the marketing and sales strategy, which is to create the awareness and to close the traffic that comes your way. Yeah. Those are the two key things within a business. Product development and so many other things, but those are the two key areas, once again, that leads towards you bringing revenue into your business. And this is where I feel that a lot of businesses actually struggle. You see what I mean in that sense, especially in the Black community. There are a lot of businesses actually struggle because I just think that there's inefficient sales training platforms out there, and pretty much everything else. And there's the attitude towards selling as well, being able to give people a basic understanding of what it is to be a salesperson, which once again we all are, but it's just that we need to refine. That's pretty much. Answer your question?
Yeah, in like the Black community, where do you find? You see, like within the Black community, where do you find obstacles? Because we always go back to this thing of, these people don't help us, we don't do this. But then within the Black industries itself, where do you find obstacles or issues that can be sorted in forms of sales?
Okay, in terms of sales, I'll turn around and say self-limiting belief is one of the key, the key areas. If you're running a massive organization and you have a turnover target, you'll be surprised how many organizations you ask them, well, what are your goals? And financial goals wouldn't be one of them. That wouldn't be one of the things that's actually considered. What do you want to turn over by next year? Do you see what I mean? That's not a common answer that's given. You run a radio station, you run a clothing line, you run what do you want to produce? Do you see what I mean? Because if you've got that projection, then you would want to find the necessary resources to be able to achieve that. Are you willing to invest? Because if you said to me, what I want to do is I want to do £1 million turnover or whatever, and that's only turnover, yeah. If you want to do £1 million turnover, I'd be like, well, are you willing to invest £20,000 in sales training then? In that case, to be able to achieve that target. So when you look at the two figures, the 20,000 is a necessary investment to achieve the 1 million. But I just tend to find that there's a poor attitude towards investment. Once again, there's self-limiting beliefs as well, because when you go and you speak about, achieving these high turnovers, it could actually impact that individual. They're like, well, I don't really believe I can achieve that. Why? Because of systems. A lot of the main reasons why a lot of businesses fail is because of poor leadership, poor marketing, poor sales, and there's another one. Poor marketing, poor leadership, poor sales. When it comes to me, I'll remember, and I'll come back to you. But those are three of the main reasons why a lot of businesses actually struggle.
Okay.
As well. So these are the challenges you find: trust, you know what I mean, reliability, vision. It's about what kind of vision do you have? Do you have a very, very strong vision? Do you have a vision? Consistency.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brother E had a question. Brother E.
Yeah.
You said you had a question.
No, I didn't say I had a question still, but like I was basically asking, are you familiar with the value proposition canvas?
I know about value proposition, but I don't know about the canvas.
Basically, do you know the business model canvas? There's a book called Business Model Generator or Generation, and they've got something called the business model canvas, and then they develop this value proposition canvas. But it's basically for businesses they segment their customers, and then they go into the jobs, the pains, and the gains of their customers in their ordinary life.
Okay.
So, say for example, one of your customers is a mother, right? Like, one of her jobs would be to make sure that the children eat healthy. It might not necessarily be connected to your business, but you find out what's important to your customer. So then in your messaging, it stays consistent with what's important to your customer. And at the same time, the message in your marketing communicates directly to addressing their pains and leading to their gains.
Boom. I like it. That's very well explained. Yeah. I mean, I'm familiar with that process. What we do, like for instance, I'm going to visit a client tomorrow, and he owns an estate agent. And one of the things that every time I ask these guys, I say to them, what are you guys selling? They say, oh, we're selling rental services or sales services and everything. I said, but what are you selling? And they're like, well, it's rental services, it's mortgage services. And I'm like, yeah, but what are you selling? Are you selling peace of mind? Are you selling, what exactly are you giving your client? What are you giving your customer? Why should a person listen to you? Because it's far more better to appeal to their emotional needs than to be able to try to explain this product to them. Does that make sense? What is I'm saying? Are you selling ease? Are you selling a user-friendly experience? What experience are you trying to give them? With property management, say for instance, what we're doing is we're giving them an opportunity to save time, money, and effort. That's what we're selling them basically. And there's so many people that would rather listen to that than to say, well, I've got property management services, and what we do is we do blah 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 kind of thing. Do you see what I mean? So in terms of a value proposition, that would be, I think, a way to describe it from a property management point of view and everything. Yeah. What you selling them? Peace of mind, comfort, convenience, and all these things, all these human things, and stuff. And everything. Thanks for sharing, Noe. Thank you.
Reg got bars, man. Reg got bars,
Really? Yeah.
Interesting. How can I bring that to my business?
Exactly. How can you bring it to everybody's business? How can you the actual Black community to educate them to move forward? Because this is something that we all need in forms of Black business. Because what I find in forms of marketing is that marketing strategies within Black business is very poor. And the problem that I always find when I look into people's marketing is that there is no form of structure. They have an idea, they run with the idea, but they don't even put even a year's plan of where they start from or where they're gonna be in the perspective of, let's say for instance, okay, I know that my rent is gonna be this amount for the whole year. Why don't I get that money for the whole year so that I have less of that burden throughout the whole year so I can concentrate on other things? You don't see people doing that. They just run into a shop, pay the lease, and then put the food and think that they're just going to sell automatically without even doing any form of research.
And it's funny you say that, Terry, because there's another part as well, even when it comes to pricing and everything else. One of the things that tends to be overlooked is how much time has been invested in actually producing the service and the product. Do you know what I mean? There's lots of focus that's put into, you know, what materials that were used and, you know, everything else. But what about your time? What about that? Do you see what I mean? And one of the things that I've actually noticed that's very, very weird, and I experienced this from an early stage of my life. I actually used to sell high value items a lot more than I did, you know, lesser price items, because what you do is you do something called a value build, where you get someone to understand what life will look like if they don't buy your product. If you do not buy my product, what's going to happen is that you're going to go through these experiences. This is what's going to happen without effective marketing. Like, for instance, you're like Terry, a guy like Terry is the kind of guy where he's the kind of person that would charge you £5,000 for marketing, but give you excellent value in return. So now, what does that look like? If I do not pay the £5,000 to Terry, what I may do is I may market my business ineffectively for the next year, and I pay 60 grand for it. Do you see what I mean? Because I've chosen to select someone who doesn't know much about marketing. But unfortunately, what happened is when I realized that they didn't know anything about marketing, I'd spent 50 grand with them already. So what's better? Is it better that I spend 5 grand and get the value, or is it better that I spend £60,000 on making mistakes and stuff? Do you see what I'm saying? So you do a value build and you say, this is what it looks like. Basically 60,000, 5,000. I'll just pay the 5 grand. Do you see what I mean? You do something called a value build. It's a projection, but you've got to get people to go into their imagination and get an understanding about what life will look like. If you do not buy my product or you don't buy my service, then what's going to happen? This is what's going to happen. You're going to, and this is based upon last year's experiences. You're going to experience this year again. Can you really afford? Can you afford not to buy my service?
You know, in you saying that, right? You see, this is when I try to explain to a lot of people to understand philosophy, because knowing the mental mind state of the people, it will give you an outlook of what how you're going to able to create that sales or that attack. Do you understand where you're in the forms of galvanizing your sales? Because, for instance, as a black business, you will have some people say, "Oh, I'm only going to sell to my own people." Now, if you look at the area they're in, and then looking at the percentage of their people, like let's say, for instance, we just choose one little area, and there's just only 10 black people in that area. That 10 black people that you have is all you've got. But then, is that going to be sufficient enough to pay for your bills?
No.
And this is where I always try to explain, when you go to places like McDonald's or these big brand names, they don't care what you look like. One thing they do is able to circulate that money within their own board of governors or board of directors or whatever it is that's within that system. But if you're limiting yourself in forms of marketing, then you begin to minimize yourself in the forms of sales. Because the one factor that I've learned from the community is cutting corners.
That's not a good thing, is it?
Nope. They do it on a regular basis. I don't need to do advertising. I can do the advertising myself. Oh, I don't do the sales because I can run around and deliver the food myself. How many jobs are you going to take on board?
That's true.
And then when you're taking on these roles, the original role that you were supposed to take, is it going to be self-sufficient?
Exactly. They have that thing that sometimes it's so much better to actually, you know, the things that you're not really good at, you basically outsource so that you can focus on the things that you are good at. You know, you play to your own strengths. But yeah, I've seen many times when, you know, something simple as targeting. I think we're in the same kind of field, you know, yourself and myself, Terry, where what we do is we understand about targeting. We understand about, you know, it's not about it's not about selling to everybody. It's about, you got to have a specific group of people that you focus on. And, you know, it's not about restricting it to race or, you know, anything like, you know, I'm going to sell strictly to my people, in a sense. As a matter of fact, I get more joy out of selling to other races as well. And then what I want to do is I want to be able to create a situation where I can actually fund my community. So I sell to others, and basically I pump the money and take it and place it inside of the community, and to be able to work that way, because there is limitations to, you know, how my own people see me to a certain degree. I mean, I've had people discount. They've tried to, you know, discount and, you know, get discounts from an early stage and from an early phase. You know, can you knock it down by this? Can you knock it down by that? And I'm like, no, I can't really do that. And the reason why is because I understand the cost that's involved and the manpower that's involved in order for me to stay motivated and to be able to deliver service at this level. But if it's something that you genuinely want to grow and you want to hit those turnovers and stuff like that, you will definitely invest this money. And there's some business owners who do get it, you know, because you have to be able to put in to be able to, you know, draw out. In that sense, you have to invest in yourself, invest in, you know, your idea, your business.
Okay,
you know, yeah.
Let me give you a scenario. Like Nikima.
Greetings.
Greetings once again, Nikima. In what you do, I want to kind of elaborate on what you do and what Reggie does, because the one thing I always advocate is a form of joint adventure. So she gives out a form of a service. In forms of sales, how would you sell her services?
What do you do, Nikima? What do you do?
Psychotherapy, cognitive behavioral therapy specifically. So mental health therapy.
Okay, and who do you sell to? Who are you targeting?
Goodness me, anybody with common mental health difficulties, but my our audience would probably be between the ages of 20 and 35, generally female.
Generally female, okay. And what challenges do ladies of that age group, what challenges do they generally experience?
Oh goodness me. So self-esteem, stress, anxiety, depression, maybe OCD, maybe health anxiety.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, those are the problems that the CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, isn't it? That's what it's gonna target you, because what you're gonna be doing, you're talking to their problems, isn't it? And everything like that. So stress, I imagine you got 28-year-old Stacey. 28-year-old Stacey she works in a corporate environment. What happens is that she works in NatWest Bank. She works what feels like 100 hours a week. She doesn't have time to meet up with her boyfriend Patrick. And do you see what I'm saying? So it's creating a narrative, it's creating a story. So it's like, yeah, do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, so what is it? You know, how would you focus on solving her problem? What kind of things would the CBT address? Which angle would you go with helping her to solve her problem?
Or reminding her. So teaching her or reminding her of useful strategies that's going to help her feel more functional, more balanced. So it will be techniques. Yeah. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean, how would you, all right, I mean, what level do you want to go? Like, for instance, the reason I asked that question is because cognitive behavioral therapy, what is it? What is cognitive behavioral therapy, first of all? Sorry, Nikia, what is that? Nikia?
Absolutely, yes. So in a nutshell, it's looking cognitive behavior is obviously what you do. So the way we think and the way we behave according to a situation affects us. And in essence, we teach individuals to be there to understand themselves, understand their triggers, understand what it is that they do to help them feel, like I said before, more balanced and more functional.
More functional, okay. And is there a thing where, like, for instance, once again, Stacey and Patrick, right? She doesn't see her boyfriend once again, right? So Stacey doesn't really like her job too much, right? And what it is that, is there a way that you could use cognitive behavioral therapy to actually get her to actually explore what it is that she really wants to do?
Love that. Yeah. So there's techniques and interventions that we teach her, like problem solving, cost benefit analysis. That's similar. So we use some of the business tools as well, actually. So we use SMART goals before we even start therapy, because I need to know what she wants to aim for. And then I'll choose interventions that's going to help her achieve those goals. So if you're saying that it would be problem solving, cost benefit analysis to make her get the facts down to help her make that decision.
Okay. So let's just say she wants to move. Let's say she wants to move career. She doesn't really want to work in NatWest, but she wants to move.
Nice.
She wants to become something. How would you get her to explore that?
Yeah, I'll do it about. Sorry.
How would you get her to explore her alternative career, or how would you get her to share that side of herself? Is that part of the CBT application?
Yeah, I mean, I'd ask her questions about her opportunities, what she's looking for, what's the next steps for her to get there from where she is in her position. Yeah, it's a lot of explorative questions, and maybe even Socratic ones, where I'm asking her questions to certain realizations herself. There's certain things, like if she wanted to be, for instance, the manager of all of the franchises of that bank or whatever she works in, you know, I'd probably ask questions to come to the realization not possible next year. You know, so maybe to grade that and aim for something that's maybe a little closer to her goal, but not quite being realistic.
Okay. All right. So if she wanted to, because I know the reason I'm asking that question is because you won't believe how many people are actually. The reason why I bang on about marketing and sales is because many people struggle to. They work in a job that they can't stand. So what it is if they had an opportunity to create an income stream for themselves, they would go and work somewhere else. So the reason why she's in the bank, and once again, remember her issue is time. So she don't see Patrick. She wants to see Patrick. But what she wants to do is she wants to be, and you'll be surprised how many people she's like, she works in a bank, but it's just like, I don't want to work in a bank. I want to work in some career. And you're just like, wow. You look at the two sides and you're like, hold on a minute. You work in a bank and you don't even want to be in a bank, but you want to work in, you know what I mean? Something else completely different. Yeah. And that kind of stuff. So is it a thing that, you know, being able to identify these questions and being able to go deep in, because it's a process called twisting the knife, and it sounds worse than what it is, but what you're doing is that you're really delving deep into her pain and getting an understanding of her pain. Because if you understand how much, when you're in so much pain, and you know, it's not solely she misses Patrick, she misses the hug, she misses the dad, she misses that, she misses the connection, she tried to get married to him in 3 years' time. And, you know, the whole entire works, and she's going to lose him. She's afraid of losing him to anyone else. So therefore, what would she pay for the service? Would she pay for the fact that you've engaged in a process? Because one of the things I know about CBT, I believe, is that it asks a question like, if you were to leave your job tomorrow, what is the worst thing that's going to happen? Especially if you live with your mom.
Catastrophic thinking, or some people have kind of like overthinking or think worst case scenario. So I'd probably ask that question that's a great question. That's a fantastic question. It really pushes them to think of how resourceful they are, and how actually it's not as bad as they make.
As they make out, isn't it? This is where the fear factor comes in. So I imagine that you And then from that point onwards, I imagine, are you able to assist her on a journey to help her to transition out of that now that you found out what it is that she wants to do?
Yeah, if she's ready for that, absolutely. I could Socratically ask her certain questions that's going to help her come to that realization herself. There's many, and that was a potential question that would help her think. Because when she gives me the answer, usually it's emotional or it's hypothetical, or it's usually so. We'd bring the facts. I'd bring it back to the facts. What's the facts here? So it helps her to navigate that way of thinking and gets her to like that more often when she's feeling that trigger, if you like.
Okay. So I mean, so in regards to a sell now, I mean, one of the questions that you can ask her, you can say to her, and how much would it be worth for you to be able to go into a career that you really want to get into, How much is that worth to you in terms of time, in terms of money, in terms of effort? How much would you willing to pay for that? Just asking. Do you see what I'm saying? And everything. So
Absolutely.
now we're getting to because we understand things in monetary terms when it comes to expense. So if she's gonna pay the world for that, then you can actually start to structure your thing, because what it is, you're going to take her on a journey. You're going to take her on a journey. You're going to turn around and say, look, provided that you do the work, and I'm not a miracle worker. What I do is you have to do a certain amount of work, but what I can do is I can guide you. I can offer you the support that you need. People like support. Do you know what I mean? I will offer you the support that you need in order to take you to your next phase of growth. Yeah. But the question I have to ask you is this what you really want? Do you really want this?
Are you ready?
Yeah. Are you ready? Now, the reason why I say that is because there's many clients that I have who say that they want it, but they don't really have it. They don't really work. And I do work with a select number of clients. Yeah. And if me and you were to work together, you'll be one of those select individuals. Now, the only time that I'll turn around and say to someone to try this strategy is when they can deliver on the goods. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. As in play your part, because she's got to do the work. You can't do the work for her. She's got to do the work. So you've got to really qualify her and just say to her, listen, I want to help you to be able to achieve these things. Now, what you said to me is you said that you want to be with Patrick, you want to be with this, you wanted that, you want to leave your job, you want to replace your income, you want to be in a position where you're replacing your income within a 6-month period and everything. I can help you to achieve that. Yeah.
That's interesting, actually, because Reg, cognitive behavioral therapy doesn't necessarily take unless you're practicing and doing the work outside of the session.
Okay.
Because you're retraining your brain to think. It will only happen because your brain's a muscle. It will only happen if you continue to put the work in outside of sessions. So we could do great work in sessions, and then if you keep it up after the sessions until the next session, it's gonna think more likely to the way that you're trying to make it think. Yeah.
Trying to make it happen. Okay. And I think what it is that's going on is I can't help but to think from a coach's perspective in terms of everything else, because, in terms of the CBT that I imagine that identifies the patterns and, pretty much everything else and replaces it. And yes, you have to form new habits. You need to, form new beliefs.
Ways of thinking. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Shifting old beliefs that have been stuck there for ages, and they might have to do work after we have sessions as well, or come back even.
Okay.
Because sometimes they've been thinking a certain type of way for so many years, they've got really from what they were to what they are now, but they're not quite where their goal is. So a break's good. It is short, sharp type of therapy, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay. This has been an interesting dialogue.
Yeah. So that's the and then close them. And then the thing about closing, you see what it is that, and this is the one thing about it, when we talk about selling, we talk about the ADA: attention, interest, desire, action. Yeah. Attention, interest, desire, action. What many people do, like for instance, when I saw Black Panther, I turned around and I said, I got people's attention. I turned around and said, yo, I just seen Black Panther. I explained the story, which generated interest. I built desire. I turned around and said, you really need to see it. It's got Chadwick Boseman in it. It's got Lupita in it, and it's got all that. So basically, I sold cinema tickets, but I didn't get no commission from it. And I also influenced them to take action. So I got them to go and buy their cinema tickets and go and see the film. I didn't get paid no commission. Many times we do that. We sell all the time. And this is the reason why I say we do it naturally, because our enthusiasm, we deliver with enthusiasm. Do you know what I mean? We have so much enthusiasm. It's like, oh, we did a thing like that. And it's just like, oh, so this is where we utilize it. And you know, us people of color, there's no one that's more enthusiastic than us. Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying? We can take someone's brand, right, and basically turn it into $1 trillion brand.
Yeah, 100%.
You see what I mean? But it's a matter of doing it for ourselves, and we should understand it, because selling is not logical; it's emotional. We don't buy logically; we buy emotionally.
Yeah, and that insane that Reggie, right?
Yeah,
is everything in the forms that we're doing today is based on that form of emotion. Whether they're selling you the coronavirus, they're selling you protests, whether they're selling you rioting, whether they are telling you about another country shooting up each other. They use the news to sell the product to you.
Word up. Exactly.
Because we fall on that back of emotions. They get your emotions, they've got you. Like States today, you have the Biden and the Trump, they're selling you a product which is themselves.
Exactly. Pick this one or pick that one. Which one did you? Alternative clothing.
You know what the craziest thing is?
What's that?
That election is that there's other candidates.
Is it?
Because there's other parties.
That's true.
Of course there are.
But you're only hearing the Democrats versus the Republicans. Like over here, all we hear is Labour versus the Conservatives.
That's right.
But there's green parties, there's that party, there's that party. But because they've sold it to us, we tend to vote for them instead of making our own vote and say, you know what, we don't like both of you, we're gonna go and vote for the Green Party.
Vote for the Green Party.
David Icke, he calls it, I like David Icke, he's just like straight to the point. He calls it oppusames. Oppusames. The parties are oppusames. They're opposition, but they're the same.
Okay.
After the debate where they're hating each other, they go to the bar and have drinks in it. So they're on the same team, and they're just playing tennis. It's like, who's gonna win this time? Okay, you got me. Next time, though. Next time, don't worry.
Oppusames. Wow. You see, that's very interesting. Putting that together, and I think what we do is, as emotional people, we tend to get manipulated very, very easily. Black Lives Matter is a perfect example. That was wow. Do you know what I mean? The way that came across, they're just manipulated. It's just energies. It's just utilize the energy and just like, well, you know what? Because we, like I said, we know how to promote passionately. We're the kind of people that would take someone's doctrine or someone's mission and make it widespread. We make basketball look easy. Anything we touch, we find a way to make it look good. We make it look awesome, and that is what we do as a people. So it's a matter of understanding that we can do that for ourselves, but we have a lot of stuff to deal with, and one of the key things is dealing with our self-limiting beliefs and what that comes with, self-limiting beliefs. Because entrepreneurship, throughout my journey of entrepreneurship, I've had so much demons that I've had to battle, because what I'm trying to reach a next phase of growth. It's easier for me to just go and work for somebody else because they got all the liability. But what I got to do is I've got to. Oh man,
that's where the emotions comes into this, in making us a working people. Because the less self-sufficient you are, the less you have the ambition or fear to able to create in your own business, for able to even excel out of your own business.
What up?
They want to keep you as a worker. And the only way they can keep you a worker is using that fear. And how can I create that fear? It is utilizing your emotions.
What up? Exactly. I think Carla said it one time when he goes, you know, with this, even with the school system and everything else, you know, you got that cubicle setting, you've got the school structure. It looks like a factory, and pretty much everything else. It's kind of like just reinforcing that into your mind. So you're trained to be, you know, to be working for somebody else. You're trained to, you know, make someone's dream come true. One thing that's always that I've always been sort of like focused on, because I've been in sales for about 20 years now, maybe even 25 years, I think, even, and everything like that. And you look at sheets, you look at when you're on commission based only, you start to understand what you're generating. Because I was introduced to numbers from a very early age, so I knew that if I was getting paid a £400 commission, I was making £1,600 for the next man. Do you see what I mean? And everything. So when you see it like that, I used to sell these £2,000 home care systems, and in that, I knew that they cost two grand, and I knew I would get 400. So there's £1,600 to play with. You're paying everybody. You got someone who didn't even do the presentation or anything else. Everybody's getting paid off of that, and that's when I looked at it, I said, wow, you know what? That's amazing. That whole entire system. And the person who was at the highest position, you remember these things cost £2 grand at retail. He was getting them for £300 a unit. You see what I mean? So it's also about, you know, putting yourself high enough up on the hierarchy to be able to get money, to get these units at the best price as well, at the lowest price possible as well. This is basically what being in the sales environment has actually taught me.
You know, as we're coming to an end, our fellow DJ has been caught up in some form of traffic, and it's getting late, and everybody's getting tired. And we've got a healthy lot of information in this package, but we're going to furthermore, because you know what, this is the first part and the first hurdle, because we need to talk, we need to discuss, we need to get an understanding and how we can able to build that family. You know, we need to know who's my brother's keeper, we need to know who my sister's keeper is, I need to know who my parents are, my mother, my father, my cousin, you know, and keep on building that so that we can have a foundation for our young ones. So, you know, before we can head out, you know, if there's something that you will feel that you need to say to the general public, or something that you can say that some people could go home with, what would you like to say?
Who's that? To everybody or myself?
Everybody.
Oh, everybody. Okay.
So anyone that wants to stand by it, and you know,
I want to know where's the vegan Guinness punch, Terry?
What?
What I was talking about? Birmingham.
The vegan Guinness punch is the water, mate.
All of us were in Birmingham last Saturday. Nana Keem, I remember Reg Reg looked at me on the way back, and he goes, "Konsu, whoa!" I gave him a cup, and he was like, "Where did you get that from?" Nakeem kindly, you know, gave the team a very big bottle of vegan Guinness punch. It was the most amazing thing.
Small bottle as well.
I loved it.
Thank you, Nakima.
You are very welcome.
You made our day.
Sorry,
right here now, please.
Hold on, you don't class yourself up. How come I didn't put none?
You would come back to town and say that you guys.
That's it. Terry, you're going to have to come up with some.
You missed the party. The bottle and didn't even give me a drop.
You missed the party, Terry.
To get. Interesting.
You know what, Terry? Yours is here, yeah? You've got yours here, ready for you. Well, it's not here, fresh, made fresh, ready for you. With some food as well.
Oh my God.
You got food plus Guinness punch.
To share with the team. Okay.
Oh man.
You're gonna have to do it. You're gonna have to.
Okay. I've got one of my priestesses in the house. One of my sisters. She's beautiful queen. I call her my big sister. She's in the house. I know she's gonna say happy birthday, and she's the priestess to the queen. So I'm gonna put her onto the panel. And this is my beautiful big sister, April.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
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 Happy birthday from New York.
Yeah. Yes. What's been happening out there? Who did you vote for?
You know who I voted for. I'm trying to get that orange thing out of office.
Oh my gosh. Everyone's on it. I think he's gonna be out.
Trump dude, yeah.
Listen, listen, he's slick like palm oil, so you know we gotta be careful.
Yes.
Same color.
Hey, what's been happening?
Yes.
What's been happening, April?
Just busy, you know, trying to maintain, and we're still fighting this pandemic. The United States isn't completely open. It's like different places are in different stages, and some are ignoring some of the protocols. And it's actually the pandemic is like a second wave is coming over here. Yeah.
Okay.
So, trying to stay in the place.
I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
What does Black family mean to you, right, April? And I want you to give us an idea who April is, because you've done amazing works from a long time, and you know this is an experience that we like to hear.
Wow. Okay. Well, what does Black family mean to me? That's an interesting question. I would say that it means like the Alpha and the Omega. It's the past, it's the present, and the future. It encompasses everything from our ancestors to the children that haven't been born yet. It's excellence, it's magic. We need to treasure it and take care of it more than we have. It's the absolute personification of resilience and triumph, because we have been through so much and we're still here. We're still here standing strong, stronger than we even recognize at times. And I think that once we really become aware of how powerful we are, then it's going to be a whole nother game. We don't know. We're still sleeping on ourselves. And to the extent that we don't even recognize why we're feared, why people fear us, why other beings fear us, it's because they know what we don't know. And that's exactly how powerful we are. You don't suppress something that you're not afraid of, you know? You don't try to enslave something that you're not afraid of. If you're not afraid of it, it doesn't mean anything. It has no value. You let it go. But when you have concerns and you're afraid and you feel inferior, then you try to diminish its value. You try to sabotage it. You try to suppress it. You try to oppress it. And I think that that is the kind of conditioning that we have been under for so long, that we actually forgot the value in ourselves, the value in our unity, the value in our family. Black family, to me, isn't just your biological family. It's, by extension, all of us. We're all related. We're all tied together, you know. So it's magical. It's magic.
Powerful.
Let's get an insight on the things I like, the music side of things, April.
Oh Lord. Okay. Oh my goodness. So you want to talk about music? Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, because you're from New York, and
Mm-hmm.
the most of like what we see as big band artists, they're like your little brothers and sisters running around New York. That you say, oh, that's just what's his name down the road, where we would say, wow, that's that person I saw in the concert.
Oh well, where do I start? My God. Okay, well, life has patterns, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one of the patterns that I noticed for me very, very young, I would dare say as a teenager, that when I would go to different concerts, performances, plays, whatever, I would end up meeting whoever was performing, right? And as you can see, I'm not a person that's afraid to speak in public or to talk to anybody that I don't know. So I would have conversations, and based on those conversations, relationships would develop. I've been blessed to be able to maintain relationships over spans of time. So basically, what Terry is alluding to is that I have relationships with people that now are famous in the music industry, but I knew them back when they were just starting out. So that's why he's saying that he'll be like, oh, da da da. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's so and so. And they'll be like, hey, what's up? How you doing? Da 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 da. And they'll be like, wait a minute, he was just on, Madison Square Garden or at the Apollo or whatever. So that's what that is.
Can we have some name leakages?
Huh?
Can we have some name leakages?
Okay. Terry met Raheem Devon, right? Raheem is a friend of mine. He was in London. I think that was his first trip to London last year, right? When I sent him over to you?
Yeah, it was his second trip.
Okay. Well, I knew Raheem. I met Raheem when he first released his debut album, which was like, oh my God, that had to be, it's been some time, 2000 and maybe 2004, 2003. And he had literally just came on the scene. I met him, the manager of promotions of the label that he was on at the time is a longtime friend of mine from like back in the day, like back in the day. And he was creating a promo tour to promote Raheem's new album, his first album. And at that time, I was working in the Senate, and we were at a political party, and he brought Raheem to this political party, and we met. And I knew his song, but I didn't know who sung it. And then when I found out that it was him, it was like, oh, cool, bet, And so we ended up being friends, and I had him perform at my pool party. So that's like the running joke with me and him, like, dag, she knew me when. I performed at her pool party. But so Terry met Raheem through me.
Peter.
Oh, Peter Guns. Peter Guns from Love and Hip Hop is like my little brother. Like he's my god brother. I've known Peter since he was a little boy, like little boy. I knew Michael Jackson. I knew Prince. I know Quincy Jones, Mary J. Blige, Teddy Riley, Keith Sweat. God, it's easier for me to tell you who I don't know than who I do know. I know Marsha Ambrosius. She's from London.
Okay.
Layla Hathaway, Eric B. and Rakim, Busta Rhymes, Nas, God, Kumo D, Dougie Fresh. Oh my God, I don't know. You know, it's because these people are like friends. So like, I don't think of them like that.
Okay, so in terms of your role in the music industry, what did you do?
Okay, well, I was the entertainment director for a company called Black Expo USA. And Black Expo was actually the template for what you see now is like Circle of Sisters and events like that, where they have multiple companies and stuff tour various cities or states. And but this one was targeted, this was like in 1990. Yeah, 1989, 1990. They had just started out. And what they did was they promoted Black businesses, and they would have these exhibitions, these weekend exhibitions in major cities in the United States. Again, another kind of weird situation. So I ended up, long story, becoming their entertainment director through like this really weird incident. I had actually moved back to New York from Georgia, and literally moved back to New York from Georgia. And my girlfriend was like, come to Black Expo. I said, girl, I got to unpack my boxes. I'm sitting here surrounded by boxes, And she said, oh, we can do that anytime. You need a break. Let's go to Black Expo. So we went. And at that time, Reggie Hudlin, who is now, he was the creator and director of Black Panther, from the Marvel Black Panther comics, which now, of course, was one of the highest grossing movies in the world, Reggie Hudlin, and his brother Warren had created House Party with Kid and Play. They had just did the movie, and they were at Black Expo promoting the movie. So when we came over, it was just weird. We were looking at his booth, and we were looking at the trailer of the movie. And we were laughing, and people started coming over, and he said to me, how about like you guys, draw people over to the booth so they can see the movie. So when it gets released, people come and see the movie. So anyway, long story short, I said, oh, okay, that's me. Oh, okay. So we were doing that. The vice president of Black Expo, I don't know, he saw what was going on, and he asked me if I would help him with the artist. And this man didn't know me from like a hole in the wall. And I couldn't figure out like, why would he ask me like to entrust me? And I was like, oh, okay. So I did. And I ended up meeting Teddy Pendergrass that day, I believe. But anyway, so I did it, and he asked me to come back. They ended up asking me to work, which was good because I just moved back to New York with my two daughters at the time. That was summer and autumn. It was just them then. And I ended up, like I said, becoming their entertainment director. And my responsibility was dealing with all of the artists, hiring the artists, dealing with the record labels, dealing with the managers, dealing with the booking agents, dealing with the radio stations, creating commercial footage and things like that to promote Black Expo. So I was their entertainment director, but I also did their marketing and promo for the concert side, because there was concerts every night for at the expo. Saturday and Sunday nights there were concerts. And I met Jennifer Holliday, became good friends, still good friends with Jennifer. Like so many people, my God. But that's ultimately how I ended up in the music industry, by virtue of that, and having all the people that I dealt with. And in essence, all of those people grew into other positions, like, well, Andre Harrell and I were friends, but we were friends from college. And he created Uptown, which Puffy Diddy was an intern back then. And, you know, that's when he signed Heavy D. And then, of course, Mary came on board, and it just, Uptown Records just blew up. But back from then, you know, it's been a while. It's been a while.
Okay, so one more thing I want to ask April. The priestess. Because a lot of people don't understand the priestess side of things. I just want to give them an outlook of what a priestess consists of, and what a priestess does.
Well, I mean, I'm a Yoruba priestess. I'm a Iyanifa, and I'm a priestess of Oshun and of Egbe, which is our heavenly family. Everyone has an Egbe. People don't realize that, but everybody has an Egbe. Basically, you know, my responsibility, for me, first and foremost, my responsibility is to carry myself in a manner that does not dishonor our traditions as African people. That's first and foremost. When it comes down to the tradition of our culture, my second responsibility is to bring awareness, not recruit, because this is something that you come into because you want to, or you've been drawn to it, or you're curious about it, and then you find out about it and you see if it's for you. But to bring accurate information to the conversations that are had when they occur. And because there's so much misinformation, and there's, you know, because with us, with the tradition, there is this mysticism side of it, but also there's a discipline side of it. It's you know, it's science as well. It's not just hoodoo and magic. So just giving a clear understanding about what it is, and being open.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. So let me ask the question. Was there a queue at the voting booth?
Was there a what?
A queue at the voting booth.
A queue?
Yeah, like as in people coming out to vote. Or was it
my goodness, let me tell you, I voted early. Today is election day here. I voted Friday, and I was actually on my way. You remember we were on the phone. I was on my way to my doctor's appointment, and I said, let me stop and vote. And when I tell you, it was raining. It was raining cats and dogs on Friday. And the line was down the block and around the corner is, I was like, oh my God, I can't stand in that right now. But I did end up voting, but that has been consistent. Like people, they are like about it, and it's been like that all over the states. People are coming out. They are I think they said there's been over 100 million early ballots put in.
Wow.
So so people, they're out voting. So you just missed Summer. She came to go vote, and she's on her way back home. But yeah, people are voting. They're voting. They're serious. There has to be a change. There has to be change. There has to be change. It can't stay like this.
A lot of people they're saying they want him out, but I don't think he's going to leave without a fight.
Well, you know, that I would not be surprised him not wanting to leave without a fight. He's done a lot of stuff, and you know, there are people here that want him to stay, but he got to go. He has to go. He's like a bad house guest. He has to go.
Have they come with any results at the moment?
Well, let's see. Let's see. I have the
Carolina, which is one of 4 swing states where Democrats are hoping to win. There is tougher ground for Democrats in a handful of red states like Iowa, where the president won by 9 points in 2016, but where he's now struggling by comparison, and that could hurt Republican Senator Joni Ernst. If Joe Biden wins the White House, but Democrats don't win the Senate, it'll be much harder for Democrats to get things done.
Well, right now the Senate is up for grabs from what they're saying.
Failed to deliver hundreds of thousands of ballots in key states, and we'll show you how your ballot is counted.
Like I said, there's been a lot of nonsense, a lot of voter suppression. The post office didn't deliver ballots, but a lot of people actually don't trust the post office, so they were doing the early voting. This year was the first time that I can even ever remember. I don't even know if it ever existed before I was even born, that they had early voting in New York.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Kima, you're always on the same divine path. Is there any questions you would like to ask my big sister April, as her being a priestess?
Oh my goodness, there is so many. Goodness me, where do I start? Where do I start? Where is your go-to, or who, should I say, is your go-to? Because I think it's really important for us to have mentors, whether they're physical, ancestral, spiritual. Where is your physical go-to mentor or group of people that help you?
I have to tell you, I am so beyond blessed because I have several go-tos for so many different things. Some of the same things, but you know, just different I don't want to say different ways of thinking, because the system is, you know, Ifa has generally been patriarchal, right? But I know Babalawos and Ianifas, both the same, that are really on that patriarchal path. And then I know Babalawos and Ianifas that are like swing on the feminine divine side. And they're all, you know, really people that I hold in high regard. I've been fortunate to be embraced by people and actually traditional rulers and leaders of other systems, of the Voodoo system, of the Akan system, of the Ajay system out of Senegal, and sitting and learning what they do. And then with Queen Ziambi, when we went to Brazil to understand and be right there, as Terry can share with you as well, with the candomblé system, we were right there in the tierras. And when I tell you, as separate as they try to make us, we are so the same, so the same. When we were there was no questioning who initiated you, when were you initiated, what's your lineage. People were like falling at our feet, falling. They was just so spiritual. They were like, they would look at me, I didn't even have to open my mouth, and they go, oh, Shun, and just, please bless me. It was a phenomenal experience. And it almost reminded me of how when I could really appreciate his feeling and his thought when Malcolm X went to Mecca and he said, we're not as separate as they're trying to make us seem over here. When we went to Brazil, we were there for 3 weeks, and we were with the Indians from the Amazon. Same thing. We were with the Candomblé priests in Salvador Bahia, where they are humongous Orisha worshipers. Same thing. We were in São Paulo, where they really swing with the synchronization between the saints and the Orishas, but it was the same thing. The same thing. We went to a convent with nuns. Same thing. It was an amazing experience. And I think just that pureness of the spirit, it was truly a divine experience. So with that, like, again, we still have connections and speak to the pies. They call them pies, like babalawos are called pies in Brazil. They still reach out. When you're coming back? When you coming back? When you coming back? They still reach out and contact us. And I would consider them go-tos as well. So you don't have to have one go-to. I think when you find your tribe, because it's all about learning. I don't care if you're 100 or 200 years old, you will still never know everything about this tradition and these systems. So you are a perpetual student of it, always, always. And I think that the struggle comes in when you're learning, and you, especially here, and maybe even there in London, when you're learning, because it's not something that was rooted there, it was something that was brought there. Like here in America, you're trying to make sure that what you're learning and who's teaching you, there's a level of integrity, and that there is truth in what you're learning and what you're being taught. So just know, I would say, just know that there's never just one source that you're supposed to learn from. And read and know that, like, each and every one of us have ancestors. Hit that ancestor shrine. Ask them to bring you a teacher. Ask them to bring people, good people, to you that are going to help you on your journey. But I would also say no, most of all, this is something that was taught to me many years ago. And I think it's one of the most truthful things that I learned is that you are responsible for your own spiritual journey. You cannot give that to somebody and say, okay, you're responsible for it. You have a Ori, and you have to connect with your Ori, so it's going to guide you.
I appreciate your words. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Really.
Ray, you got anything to ask?
What inspired you to be what inspired you to become a Yoruba priestess? You seem very spiritual. What inspired you to go down that path?
I'm sorry, I have a fly in my house. I think, well, let me tell you, for me, my parents were Christians, right?
Mm-hmm.
My parents were from the South. My father's from North Carolina. My mother was from South Carolina. But they never made us go to church growing up. It was like, yeah, you know about Jesus, you know about God, you know about the Bible, blah, blah, blah. But they were not Bible thumpers. So Sunday, we were not going to church. My father was watching football. So having that kind of, that being Christian by default, I'll put it that way. When I would go down south in the summer to spend the summer with my grandmother, my mother's mother, she became saved. And it was church, like every day. And God, if there was a revival or something, we were in church at night. So I would hear these things of, oh, I have a deep and personal relationship with Jesus Christ. And I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. But it never resonated with me. That's just the truth. It never resonated with me. And the one thing that I am at the very core of my being is that I'm an advocate for what's right. To me, right is right. I don't care who it is. If you're wrong, you're wrong. You could be my father. You could have been my mother. If you're wrong, you're wrong, right? And just kind of reading and I won't say that I studied the Bible, but I read it enough and I was in church enough at different times that I could see where different preachers and pastors would take and pick and choose different parts of the scriptures to prove their point. But I never got that deep and personal relationship with Jesus Christ. And I could, I got baptized, Baptist, and that was, you might as well said somebody gave me a bath. I found out in my teenage years that, I was raised to put religious people on a pedestal, and found out the hard way that they are just human like us and do very human things like people. And it was very disappointing. So for me, there was this big disconnect. Yes, you could be a preacher or a priest, and I could like you as a person, but it wasn't doing anything to fill my spirit. And there was different things as a child different experiences that I had that nothing in the Bible explained it for me. How could I have dreams that came true? How could I close my eyes and just be able to know and see what my friend that lived maybe 10 blocks away from me was doing and was wearing, and to the point where I would spook them and I just stopped talking to them about it. Just, different things like that. None of Christianity explained that. In some instances, I saw where it actually demonized it, and I knew I wasn't a bad person. So how did this fit? It didn't gel with me. And for me, the biggest part was the divisiveness of it, of if you weren't this, then you were doomed to damnation. Now, I'm an intellect. And it didn't make sense to me because I'm like, well, if I'm Japanese and I live in Japan, I'm not praying to Jesus. I might be talking to Buddha, right? If I'm up in the Himalayan mountains of Tibet, I'm not praying to Jesus. So you mean to tell me that I'm going to be damned to hell just because geographically I happen to be in the wrong place? Nothing that I can control. But by the same token, God is love. But God is jealous. But God is like, how is that? So to me, that was like, it ain't working. It's not working. And the odd thing was, people used to come up to me and go, "You Yoruba?" And I go, "What?" And they go, "Never mind," and literally walk away. Don't let me be dressed in white, because if I was dressed in white, I'm telling you, if it happened once a day, it happened 5 times a day. And I didn't know what that was. So, I did my own studying, things that fascinated me, ESP, Wiccan. A friend of mine, their mother was a Santeria. She taught me how to read cards, but that was it. She didn't teach me anything else. So I learned how to read cards. And it just more and more and more and more and more. And I found that I related more to being spiritual because I could connect to anybody than being religious, because religion to me was dogmatic. And when I did start studying Yoruba, it felt like home. It felt like home. It answered questions that I was seeking for half of or 3/4 of my life. And oddly enough, when after I got initiated, I found that people that I had known for 20, 30 years were in the tradition. And I was like, why didn't you say something? And they were like, your journey to take. It wasn't for me. They knew based on where they were what their role was. And many of them were like, it wasn't for me to tell you. That wasn't what was supposed to happen.
Yeah, that's interesting. Thank you for sharing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Arthur's just texted me, said he's coming in 5 minutes, but I'm gonna wait for him for a bit before we close out. But yeah, in generalization, who's that?
My cat's tearing up my house. They just knocked over a glass and it made my alarm think that somebody was breaking a window.
Brother Konsu.
Where is he?
Konsu. He's probably fallen asleep. Because he's one of the main leaders for Manhood Academy. And remember, there he is. He's awake. He's showing off his Black Panther ring.
What's up?
This is the priestess that does the young girls' rites of passage.
Okay.
In New York.
Hello.
Hi.
So he's in charge of the directions of the Manhood Academy. And he was always asking questions about New York. So now when you face, it's a question you can now ask on.
Yeah, Manhood Academy. We do rites of passage in London for boys age 8 to 12 and 13 to 19 years old. And we have a spark in our eye. Shing, it's like New York. Manhood Academy, New York. So yeah, with the will of their ancestors, we'll have a progressive conversation in the future, you know, as well as we have Womanhood Academy as well, rites of passage. So yeah, nice to meet you, Queen.
You too.
So you know, in the rites of passage in the girls' thing in New York, how does that go about?
The girls, the women's rites of passage that I was dealing with was with the Senegalese system, Ajay, and it's phenomenal. Attila, the head of that program, Attila Khadija, phenomenal priestess. She's amazing. We just did, what was it, in August, I think it was? Their rites of passage lasted, the whole thing took 2 years. And they teach them everything that you can imagine of what it is to be a strong African woman.
Come on, that's what I'm talking about. 2 years. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm absolutely shouting from the pillars. I'm saying this is rites of passage, and people are like, I kind of get it a little bit, but you know, and that is real rites of passage, you know. So it's like we're doing like the mild versions, you know, over here. But I look forward to doing a real deal in the future, you know. Yeah. Nakima, I got a spot. Shing, you see, rites of passage, Nakima. You're built to teach this. We will talk in the future.
I was just about to say, I'll jump on that, please. Yes, please. I'd love to.
But you know, in some of the stuff that has been done in the one in New York, is there any like kind of ideas of some of the stuff that they actually do? April.
Let me tell you, like I said, it was a 2-year journey. The youngest girl was 12, and the oldest was 17 at the time. Yeah, and it took 2 years. It was 2 years. They had it every Sunday. They learned I mean, like I learned stuff, you know. They learned sisterhood. They learned about womanhood, being, you know, empowered, being prideful of who you are. They learned about their ancestors. They learned about various traditions, not just from the Singalanese side, because Attila is also initiated in the Yoruba tradition as well. But, you know, she asked me to come and bring that component to it. So they learned about the Foltas from the Singalanese side. They learned about the Orishas from the Yoruba side. But they also learned they learned about the journey and the struggle of their ancestors. They learned they had to do research, they had to do home. I mean, like, I can't even begin. They they were learning how to speak Singalinese. It was just a lot. I couldn't even begin to tell you all the things that they went through for 2 years. But this particular rites of passage program, I want to say, is 40 years old.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean,
because some of the Kunalis were in it, who were now assisting Attila with the girls that I met.
We've got someone in the house, the dark man himself, the African man himself, the power man himself, all the way from Manchester and beyond to all the way to Angola, the prince himself. Yes, how far?
Oh, how you doing? Oh, it's such a pleasure to meet Mrs. Queen Oshun. I can see Oshun right there. Wow.
Hey, Alpha, I miss you.
Wow. I'm in London, actually. I'm in London.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm working in London, so.
How's everything?
Now everything is great. I just came out of Africa 2 weeks ago. No, 2 weeks ago. So I just came out of Africa. I just been in Africa because I was in Ethiopia, Namibia, and Angola.
How's the motherland, Angola? How's it doing?
Yeah, because I was first in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. Then we went to Namibia. Then from Namibia we went to Angola. Then we were trying to get to Congo, but we came back and we just came because it was about 2 weeks trip.
Okay.
Because we came to speak to the chiefs over there. Because what's happening is the Chinese are taking over the villages, brothers. We must need to unite ourselves. It's real, bro. We must need to unite ourselves because the Chinese are going after the chiefs right now. Because they understood they've already got the politician in their pocket. So they're going to the chiefs now. So we must need to unite ourselves to regain control of our villages. Because if they take over our villages in Africa, Africa is done because all the mineral resources come out of our villages in Africa. So that is why they're bribing the politicians. They control the politicians, but they can't really control the chiefs. So I don't know if you saw the picture in Ghana. They were trying to coordinate one of the chiefs over there, and everybody got mad all over the world. So,
which one was it? One of the ones that we met during the event during the UN week?
No. It's one of the. No, not the one. But the bottom line is, brothers and sisters, we just need to, man. We need to go back and help our people in Africa, man. They're going through so much. I went to villages after villages, talked to them, and trying to help them as well. But they're going through so much in Africa, man. So basically, this pandemic is also a way to sabotage the entire economy in Africa. And the people really paying a heavy price. So we must need to go over there and just to show some love to them because they're going through so much. Through so much. I came over. Obviously, I'm working on my father's village because we developing the small town. My father left a massive acres of land that I'm developing a small town over there by myself with my family, obviously. But it's really, really tough out there, though. The chiefs are beginning to get mad because if the chiefs are beginning to get mad, a lot of life will be losing. They'll be losing a lot of life because they're going to start just killing the Chinese men for real. because they begin to be pissed off. Chiefs in South Africa, chiefs in Zimbabwe, chiefs in Congo, chiefs in Uganda, chiefs in Ghana, chiefs in Zambia. They begin to, they say enough is enough. Enough is enough. So, man, it's crazy.
Crazy.
I was there. I felt it. I felt it in my body, my spirits. I really, really felt it. So we must need to go to create an awareness, because the Chinese, when they're moving in with machines. They're moving in with them. Literally, their plan is to take over. They want to take over Africa and take over, like eradicating the people. That's what they want to do. They don't want to. They don't want to be amongst African people. No. They want to take over the villages, and if possible, poison the people. Through the water, through them crazy food. They're doing for real. Chinese people, they're very aggressive in the invasion in Africa. And you need, when you there, you feel it. So when you are here in the West, you don't really feel much. But when you get there, you really feel it, because they really wanted to take over. They really believe in their mind is like, look, we coming to take over Africa. We ain't coming to play no game, talking. No, we coming to take over.
Take over. Because the thing about it is that what they do is they tend to destabilize the country, from my understanding. What they do is they destabilize the government, and that takes out the financial resources. Then what they do is that they borrow large amounts of money as well, or somehow get into the financial system. And then what they do is they make the Africans feel indebted to them.
Absolutely.
Where they do all that. That's like a, and I think this is something that's obviously been in the making. Because
and not only that, brother.
Yeah.
The dangerous part is they're bringing their military force. They're really bringing the military force over there, because they're very strategic. They're controlling the ports, they're controlling the airport, and they're controlling the businesses. So when you're controlling the port, you're pretty much losing your sovereignty, because they can bring anything they want into the land. They really like militaries are beginning coming in Africa. Literally, if we not wake up on time, Africa will be long gone. They will take over.
Brother.
So that is why what I did is, obviously, I've got a massive land in Africa, in Angola. I registered the land, I created a foundation, and then I went right in the government of Angola, and then I told them, look, if you come to my village, because I've got all the chiefs, because most of these chiefs, some of them, they really aware what's going on. Some of them, they don't understand it. Chinese can go over there, just give him like 100 pounds. He can give the land for 200 pounds. They don't really understand it. So what I'm about to do is really to create awareness here in the West that we must need at least to help the people. If you can't go over there physically, at least help, because it'll be too late, man. It's crazy. It's real crazy what's going on in Africa, man. There's no, you gotta be there to be able to feel it. But the greatest thing is the chief. They really got the power. That's why I'm really that's one of the things that keeps me calm, because they have the magic power, because they can really damage. If they use that juju power, that voodoo, man, they can really eradicate the Chinese just like this. But it's crazy. That's what I just want to. I came here. I don't even know why you brought me in. But I just really came in to share this with the family. We must need to come together. We must need to come together.
Alpha.
What's going on, brother?
You haven't said one thing though. You haven't said one thing.
What's up?
You haven't said one thing.
What did
special day. It's a special day.
Oh, happy birthday. Oh, happy Earth Day to you, my brother. You brought me, you didn't even say anything. No, seriously, man. On the record, y'all been putting up a great work, my brother. So I salute you for the work that y'all been doing week in and week out. Y'all really, you're really a soldier, my brother. You a soldier. You a true son of Africa. You a prince. I don't want to say a king to you because you can't be put. I can't be put in the same pedestal as Queen Diyambi, as my beautiful queen right here, Queen April. You're a prince. So you're a prince. So I don't want to disrespect my Queen Zinga. So you're a prince. Stick with the prince, my brother. So I'm also a prince.
That's a start.
So I salute you, my brothers. Peace and blessings to you, man. Long live to you, and keep doing the amazing work that you've been doing, my brother. Using the media to bringing our people together, promote peace, promote love, promote unity. That's what we need. And Black Eyes TV, y'all one of the very few TV in the UK, in Europe, that been really pushing this African unity. I don't like to call Black because some people, they might not feel part of it, but African unity. So the African unity, everybody's included.
You've been around the world again,
and I salute you, my brothers, for the work that y'all been doing.
Okay, thank you, Alpha. You know, as we're coming to an end, you know, it's 12 over here.
And I just want to say, I really want to say a beautiful love to this amazing queen that I'm seeing in front of myself, in front of me, April. Man, it was tough when we were in Brazil, man. I gotta be honest with you.
It was. It was
tough.
We made it though.
No, I learned how to control myself through you, because at times I can explode real quick, just like this. But y'all helped me. Our trip in Brazil obviously changed a lot of people's life, as you felt it. But like when we were in Brazil, everybody really felt it. It was really a spiritual journey that we had, and you and Queen Diyambi and the team, y'all did amazing work, and I salute you because through you, we felt so secure because we knew we had queens next to us. We had the mother next to us. So I salute you, Queen April, because with your toughness, that's what we need. Sometimes we need our queens to challenge us. And then you did that. You challenged me. And I step up to the plate, right?
Yeah.
So,
you challenged me too.
So I salute you, man, for all the security details, like the way we put up the security details, the way we did our ritual. The people in Brazil, until today, they will never ever forget that trip, because changed a lot of people's life. Right now, we're having a sister running to become a local MP because of us. Adriana Santos, you know the lady who did the interview with the Queen?
Yes.
Yeah, the journalist. Yes.
In Salvador Bahia.
Yes, Salvador de Bahia. Yes. Because of us, she running to a local mayor. She wanted to take the office.
That's awesome.
So, and she told me to send a shout out to all of you because we really changed her life. And
tell her prayers out for her.
Yes, so many of brothers and sisters in Brazil, MPs, activists, great sisters, cultural activists, we really made a huge impact in Brazil. Huge impact. So that's why I salute all of you. And let us just keep doing the work. That's all I gotta say.
Boom.
Yes. Thank you,
family, for
coming. You know, it's been an adventurous day today. And you know, and I wanted to share it with the family instead of me just being on the lockdown and taking a pint of a glass of wine and drinking to myself. So
Happy Earth Day, my brother. And let's
you did that anyway, right? You did that anyway.
No, Ogun. Yes, Ogun. You're Ogun.
Yes, Elegba.
Ogun Naye.
Anyway, stay in power, my brother. Stay in power.
Yes. So as I shut out today, I've enjoyed today. So peace and blessings to everyone that's been listening. And there'll be more shows and more things to come. And you know, we'll be talking about the academy, we'll be talking about the travels, and hope that Donald Trump gets kicked out.
Please, y'all.
Oh, the election is finished now, right?
No, 9 o'clock tonight, my time.
All right,
the polls close, but we have an hour and a half more.
But he's losing now. I heard he's losing now, right?
Yeah, but he's tricky. Like you can listen. There's no telling what he'll do. He's just like slime. No offense to slime, but he's one of the worst. So you can't sleep on him.
He's like them African dictators. He probably gonna say, "No, I'm not leaving." So you come and pick me up.
You know what? They said that well, here's the thing, like the election ends tonight, but there's still a process that'll take place Monday, because for like the people that are overseas, that are in the military, they're called absentee ballots. So all of those have to be counted as well. They'll do a preliminary call at the end of the election tonight.
And the electoral college as well
right, because the electoral college is going to be what's defining who wins. But then there's Senate seats that are open of who's going to have control. So if we win, but we don't get the Senate, like they'll do the same thing to, let's say Biden wins, but the Republicans still keep control of the Senate. They're going to do the same thing to him that they did to Barack Obama, try to block everything. But it looks like there's change coming, because it looks like dang, I hate Mitch McConnell.
Nah, but anyway, I salute all of you, man. I mean, I salute. I hope he really lose, because people begin to get really mad, and we just don't want all the trouble no more. So we want him to go, and just so we can come over there, man. We need to come over there and to hug you, Queen April.
Listen, come on. He's the worst of the worst, but we need to all be able to move freely where we were allies, and he's been a complete disruptor, but in the negative sense of the word.
Absolutely. Anyway, stay in power to all of you.
Yes.
You too.
Okay, well, behind if anything, but here we go. We're closing the show.
And we won't